Okay. Good morning. This is a retreat. I can tell because I don't have a gavel. Okay. Welcome to the April 24th, 2024 retreat. Ooh, that is an echo. Are we good? Okay. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. I want to remind everyone this public meeting will serve as a planning retreat and no formal decisions will be made. Additionally, no public comment will be available. Today, we are live streaming this event on YouTube. So to make sure our viewers online can follow along, I'll offer some best practices. Please silence your cell phones and if you can, limit background noises. For those of us joining remotely, feel free to mute and disable your video should you need to step away. If anyone experiences technical issues during the meeting, use the chat function on Zoom or speak up during the retreat, and our ODF hosts will do their best to find a solution. For the record, we ask that everyone participating today to state their names using the available microphones so that those listening online can track our commentary. Recognizing that some of our guests are in person and others are online, we will do our best to honor breaks and announce our times when reconvening or adjourning the retreat. Instead of the traditional roll call process, I would like everyone seated around the table to announce their name and position for the record. Then we will call on those participating virtually to introduce themselves in the same manner. After introductions, we will start the meeting. Okay, introductions.
We just go around the table?
Yeah.
Okay, Cal Mukamoto, State Forester.
James Short, Chief Financial Officer.
Wendy Heckman, Deputy Director, Agency Administration.
Don Everingham, Northwest Oregon Area Director.
Good morning, everyone. Chris Klein, currently the Interim Protection Division Chief.
Joy Krasik, ODF's Public Affairs Director.
Morning, Robin Harkless with Oregon Consensus.
Morning, everybody. Kyle Williams, and I get the opportunity to serve as the new Deputy Director of Fire Operations for the department. Thank you.
Morning, Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief.
Good morning, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief.
Good morning, Dave Larson, Southern Oregon Area Director.
Morning, Mike Shaw, Deputy State Forester.
Carla Chambers, Board of Forestry.
Joe Justice, Board of Forestry. Hey everyone, Ben Doimling, Board of Forestry.
Okay, those of us who are joining us online, could you introduce yourselves?
Liz Akpawa, Board of Forestry, coming from beautiful downtown Baker City, the Geyser Grand Hotel.
Shawneen Scott, the new HR Director for the Department of Forestry.
Any others? That's it. Okay, I'll also just report that we have two board members that are not with us today. Both have excellent excuses. Brenda McComb is not with us, nor is Chandra Ferrari. Okay, Cal, any opening comments for today?
I got about 10 pages. No, I am not going to talk that much. Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining us for the last leg of our journey toward completion of the vision of Oregon Forest. And we will finish off the day with a great REI present. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's talk a little bit about that vision for Oregon Forest. A tremendous amount of work has gone into getting us to where we are right now. Special thanks to the board, the executive team members on the vision committee who have spent dozens of hours developing this vision, and to the ODF staff who supported them throughout the process, especially Hillary, John Tukarzak, Danny Norlander, and Joey Krasnik. You've been pushing this thing through, and I appreciate that. I truly believe this immense lift will be well worth the investment of time and resources. Achieving this shared strategic direction between the board in the department is critical to our ability to be forward-looking and proactive in our policy and operational work moving forward. Speaking of forward-looking, my deputy directors and I have been focusing on modernizing and stabilizing ODF's organization structure for the past few months. How we organize as an agency has not kept up with the demands that come with the increased scope, complexity, and staffing that ODF has experienced over the past few years. By right-sizing our structure for complexity and volume of work we're responsible for makes us more effective in all what we do. It will also allow us more engagement with the governor's office, legislators, partner agencies, stakeholders to ensure ODF's success are known and our challenges and needs are heard, understood, and addressed. As part of this work, you just met him, Kyle Williams. We have additional director position to focus on all things wildfire. And so Kyle Williams will be serving as ODF's first deputy director for fire operations. Kyle will oversee all aspects of wildfire for ODF, from field operations in partnership with the chief of fire protection and area directors to state and national wildland fire policy. You know, we're very thrilled to have Kyle join us. You already know he came into work on Monday and we gave him running shoes and he's been running ever since. So thanks a lot, Kyle. I also want to mention that finally got my HR director. I don't know if you've met her, Shawneen Scott. She's online. Wave. Hi, Shawneen. Shawneen comes from a very extensive career in HR direction and executive service with DAS, OHA, Department of Corrections, and also I found out she worked for Oregon State Police, and I'm very happy to have her on board. So what this has done is fulfilled my cabinet in my direct reports that I really need to run this agency. So we're starting to get our wheels underneath us, and I'm pretty excited. Before I leave, though, I wanted to make mention of a couple of things, and both of them in James's area. Good job, James. I got a letter on my desk, I think it was early April, and it said that it's great pleasure to inform you that your agency has earned the Chief Financial Office Accounts Receivable AR Honor Roll certificate for fiscal year 2022 and year 2023. And the Chief Finance Office Accounts Receivable Honor Roll is awarded to state agencies that submit timely and accurate AR reports. Achievement of this recognition is due primarily to your agency's diligent efforts to track and report AR activities. And they specifically mentioned some of the employees in the organization, and as Abigail Note Clark, Stacy Chase, Michelle Morin, and Shailene Wilkes. And chief here, James. Thank you, James. That's not all. That's not all. They got a gold star award for audits, right? Yeah. So congratulations. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, Chair Kelly.
Yeah, who would have ever thought that there was an honor roll for accounts receivable? But when I saw that letter, you know, I guess I'm deep enough in this that I was really excited to see that there was and that you got that award. Yeah, no, it's collect, I think, and not just report. Yeah, both. Anyhow, it's an exciting thing for all of us who have been through from where we started back before MGO to the point of today. So super. Congratulations on the board, for sure. Other than that, I don't have any other opening comments. I think Cal's covered things well, so we'll turn it over to you, Robin. Oh, yeah.
Our joy.
Remind my chair here. I do have
Not on my.
kind of an opening comment. I attended the East Oregon Forest Protection Association meeting yesterday in John Day, and I just wanted to give a quick report on that. That's an association that's made up of 2 protection districts, Northeast Oregon and Central Oregon protection districts. Great group of folks. I was president of that association for several years prior to getting on this board, and it's an active, very great group of people. And I think we had something like almost 40 people in the room in the John Day office. And so that meeting is really a sharing of information between agencies about status of fire season, what they're seeing, updating each other, and also landowners discussion surrounding budgets and concerns. And so I just want to, this is going to come at this board in June, I think, for the approvals of the various budgets. But both of the districts voted their budgets down once again. The association kind of supported that decision. There is a high level of frustration with rates in Eastern Oregon. But I do want to say there's really a confidence in ODF. There's a confidence in the people. There's a confidence in their culture, in ODF's culture. I continue to say that, how important the culture of ODF is, and how they really serve landowners. So I think the urban-rural divide is active in John Day, coming out in spades. And that tension, in my opinion, really creates a threat to what we try to do with this department. And it's something we have to own. Problems like that are something we have to really own and try to deal with and work on. They're also, I think, very appreciative of the work that Senator Steiner's group has done, which unfortunately, we didn't have success. But I think I tried to project an idea of optimism, that there's a lot of people that are hearing them. And I think Cal and Kyle both zoomed into the meeting. And I want to thank you guys for doing that. I think that was really important. I think the information you guys shared with them was really impactful, and really helped me in the room, quite frankly, to have a tough conversation. So I appreciate that. I would just leave you with this, that communication is really, really critical in relationships, and in accurate, timely communications of things that are happening with our agency, with this board, are really critical to help foster and mend relationships, especially in places like rural Oregon. So there's a tension and strain, which I think is natural in the environment we're in. Relationships are going to be strained during times like this. I think that's natural. I think sometimes healthy, frankly, is to have relationship strain. But we have to be careful that strain doesn't turn to damage. And I think communication is something that we can never do enough of, and we need to work very hard at being better. I'll leave it at that. End of commentary.
Thank you, Joe, for being there. That was great.
Did we introduce him?
What?
Did we introduce him?
No, I don't think we did.
Oh,
Okay. Lonnie, we have not really formally introduced you as our new board administrator. We're excited. We're just already taking you for granted. And so sorry but it's great to meet you in person, and we look forward to working with you. Carla.
So Chair Kelly, sometime during this retreat, I'd love to, I hope we have a chance to hear from Kyle. Kyle, we're thrilled to have you on board. Great addition to this agency. To just give us an update on how ready we are for fire season. A lot of concern about that. And specifically our air support. Can you give us an update on, are we ready? Are our contracts in place, and are we ready for fire season? And then I'd just underscore Joe's conversation with regard to communication. And Cal, I appreciate your letter you sent to the board. I'm out of the country, and I learned that from the industry that we've had changes in the Board of Forestry, and I'd really rather hear that from you or the chair. But I think that is an area that we just really need to pick up pace. Thank you.
Carla, the DAT report from the Protection Division is on our agenda for our next real meeting. So I think we're going to have to hold off on that. They're not really prepared to do that full report, and will be then.
Okay, I would just note that there is significant concern that we're not ready specifically with regard to air support. So I just want to be sure that that's not the case, that we are ready and our contracts are in place. That's all I want to hear.
I think they're hearing you. You want to quickly, Kyle, anything?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. For the record, Kyle Williams. Yeah, board member Chambers, appreciate that question. And absolutely. In fact, to Cal's earlier point about hitting the ground with tennis shoes Monday morning, that was the first conversation we had at 8:05, was where we were at relative to preparing those contracts for fire season. And the aviation unit, Chris's folks have been absolutely on top of that and preparing. There are some changes that we anticipate relative to our tanker contract. We put out a bid for a Type 2 tanker this year, and we're unsuccessful in securing a vendor for that. And so we are having to rethink a little bit about how we're going to spend those dollars, very constrained dollars in our severity budget. But we've got a good plan in place, and I think we've got the time in order to get those on the ground and have it revolves around a couple of aircraft, not the other 17 that are ready to go. So have faith that we are absolutely prepared for fire season, and we will be. And it's just a matter of a couple additional ships and some on the margin type decisions we have to make still. Should be in a good spot.
Okay, with that, we'll turn it over to you, Robin. You ready?
I love these transitions. Thank you. Yeah, it's really good to be with all of you today, and I'm just thrilled to hear some of the good news that Cal is sharing about some of the changes and really kind of developments within the organization. It sounds like people are really excited about all of this. So congrats. And I will kind of shift gears a little bit from the kind of nosediving into the present moment and sort of bringing us back out to sort of the horizon view. As Cal mentioned in his opening remarks, you know, we're really sort of moving toward the end. I feel like I've said this maybe one or two times since I've been with y'all, but we really are converging on a final product for this kind of vision for Oregon's forests. This is a pretty significant sort of transition to have Joy really holding the pen on the document at this point and really carrying this work forward for the agency on behalf of all of the work that you, the executive team, and the board have done. Extra shout out to the subcommittee who have really continued to lean in and you know, add your extra time, resource, good thinking, and goodwill to this process. I just can't acknowledge that enough and thank you enough for that leaning in, because I think part of the product of all of this is that you did decide to do this differently, and you did decide to join the agency leadership and the board leadership in this sort of co-development of a vision. And I think that you're there, but that's really up for you all to decide. One thing I want to just also note, Joy is going to walk us through the latest product. And what you'll see is that there's been additional input from internal ODF staff and leadership. There was a big community engagement effort that you've been tracking along over the past year plus, and that is finalized and that report is in your hands, so you can see kind of the details of that. But there's been a crosswalk of some of those concepts and even some of the language in that, from what I hear, aligns quite well with what you've already had in here conceptually. There's been a little bit more work from the subcommittee. We may ask for a little bit more, one more step with all of you if we need to out of today, but we're really hoping to sort of clarify the alignment of this product at this moment so that you're ready to kind of push it out and then come back in June and have sort of a blessing vote on it. And that will then unlock, of course, as we've been saying all along, that will unlock the next layer of really action planning, implementation planning that the department will do with its partners, so additional partners outside of this room. So Joy will kind of help us understand all of that as we're walking through the content. And I just, this is we're at this kind of inflection moment of this work, and we're at an intersection, I guess. And it feels like another moment for you all in this retreat setting. I'm sorry it won't be more fun, the retreat today, but but it is a moment for you all to sort of reflect on, what am I seeing here that in my leadership role, in my tenure on this board, my tenure in this leadership position at the department, and as I've been owning this, what do I see here that really compels a change and sees something in the future that you all described up front as needed, that we're in this moment of transition environmentally, economically, socially, and the forests need a lens on it through that lens. And so this is the thing that you have created that sort of sets a higher level vision for that. It's a living document, and it's not an implementation document as of yet. So it's not going to be perfect. And I think if there's general agreement of these high level concepts, the goals that you've described, then you've come a long way. And I think that sort of alignment is something to be celebrated and not something to sort of minimize. So I do want to thank again all of the subcommittee members who have put a lot into this. And today is a crosswalk, hoping to align on most of the changes that are being presented, address any differences or questions that we might be able to resolve in this setting. And then if we need to, we'll kind of take some of the wordsmithing type changes, or if there are areas where we're just a little bit still uncertain, we'll ask Joy to work with the subcommittee to try to bring your best, and it will be a final draft at that point. So I'm excited to hear how the conversation goes today. And I think at this point, I would just want to quickly ask if the subcommittee members have anything to offer as we get started before we turn it to Joy.
Thanks, Robin. Appreciate it. Couple things. I guess, and Ben and I have talked a little bit about this ourselves. A point of clarification, maybe for Joy, public input, the public input process. Kind of, we've talked about this. It's not real clear in my mind. Not surprising now that kind of the final document is kind of out on the street. We're getting feedback. Can you line that process out, and maybe also how that relates to what the governor is requiring for us for the strategic plan? I wouldn't mind just a refresher on that so I can understand that.
Absolutely. So we've ended up with two kind of parallel processes. One is completing the work on this full vision for Oregon's forests. The other is fulfilling the governor's requirement for agencies to have updated strategic plans. So ideally, this will fill both of those needs. There might be some tweaks on the strategic plan side for what we have to submit, but that we would retain the language and alignment and all of the work in this in whatever gets submitted to DAS in the governor's office. As far as public input, we've kind of got two processes coming up. The first will be the final cleanup of this based on this group's discussions today. It won't include any subsequent subcommittee work because I do want to be able to get it out on the street for a formal public comment period so that we can provide all of that input to the board for its June decision. Once the kind of tactical action planning starts later this year, where it's what does this look like on the ground? The plan is for very deliberate, thoughtful engagement with the folks who are closest with us. So conservation groups, landowners, tribes, partner agencies, so they can provide input on what is happening on the ground and how this goes from our vision to actual work and outcomes in the field.
Okay, so we're going to get public comment prior to the June meeting. So there's going to be an opening for public comment. leading to that decision in June whether to accept or not accept. If we were to not accept this, or we felt that this document needed more work or adjustments based on that comment, what would be the process then? I mean, related to what the governor's expectation is for timeline.
So Joe, I think what we would do on the department side of things is submit as close to a final, because ultimately it doesn't tie the board into anything. The vision for Oregon's forests and the strategic plan we submit can exist separately as products, but they still need to be strategically aligned.
Okay, I think I understand that. That part, do you understand that, Ben?
Didn't accept it. I think we would still submit what we have and tell them it's draft.
But it wouldn't limit our ability to potentially,
Then we'll have to come back and, you know.
potentially modify or potentially.
I think we're going to be adding to this plan after we submit it too. So, yeah.
I mean, because from the subcommittees, from my perspective on the subcommittee, there are things that we didn't all agree to. I mean, we kind of reached okay, we can live with these things, but we have to, want to go back to the board and have the board input, all of us to, really talk about some of these things that maybe we didn't have complete alignment.
If I may just follow up on that, and Joe, I appreciate you bringing this up, and I appreciate as always with agency processes, the tensions between our ideal timelines and timelines that are thrust upon us. Two thoughts on that. One, I think it's really important that we hold space for changes going forward. And I understand we'll get what we get to the governor's office, that it'll be pretty good and probably very close and might be drafts we ultimately decide on. But it's really important that we continue to make space for what we hear back from the public, from the stakeholders, how that gets put into this plan. And it sounds like we have space for that if needed. And on top of that, I really think of this, and I hope that we can talk about this more today, I hope that we as a board and the department continue to think of this as a living document that isn't going to get put on a shelf. I know we always talk about that with every piece of work that we do. Let's not put it on a shelf, and it often does get sort of filed away. But the work that we're talking about here is dynamic. The forests of Oregon are very dynamic, and so this plan needs to be flexible and dynamic and continue to live on. And so I think thinking of it through that lens, I think, will be helpful as we go.
And Ben, you're absolutely right. As far as what we actually need to lock into agreement around, I would recommend it's not anything deeper than the goals. I mean, the goals will drive progress and performance measures. It's how we know if we're heading in the right direction. But as far as the strategies and the context and all of the inputs that go into this, you're right, those are dynamic. They're always changing and evolving. As long as we kind of have, we have agreement around those 5 goals and the direction we're heading, the other stuff can continue to evolve and influence all of that.
How's that sitting with you? Joe and Ben? How's that sitting with you? Okay, great. Okay. So one of the pieces, Joe, that you might have been alluding to in terms of the subcommittee kind of doing their best to work through some things, but maybe not being able to kind of fully engage the board ET. One section we know for sure is on fire, the fire section. So we're going to kind of right size and spend a little extra time on that particular goal today. So we just to kind of ease a little anxiety if that was part of it. If there are other sections that you feel like we really didn't spend a lot of time, make sure that that's being signaled to Joy so that we make the time. But that's one particular section that we do plan to walk through pretty thoroughly.
Yeah, no, and we only have so much time here, and I think we need to concentrate on those parts, like the fire. I agree.
Okay.
But there are some other things that I want input from the board on, I guess.
Right.
You know,
So we'll make sure you flag those today if
Okay.
there are specific questions, so we know. All right, any other process-related comments or questions from the subcommittee? What about any of the executive team members who have been part of this? Oh, Ben, yeah.
Process question,
Yeah.
which I have been thinking about, and you sort of alluded to, or your Joy sort of alluded to just now, of there's sort of two parts to this document. There's sort of the vision, purpose and goals, and then there's the strategies. And I think a lot of the feedback I've gotten is folks getting hung up on strategies. Do we have the right strategies? What's missing? What's there? And I think as I have been looking at this document, and I'm curious to hear other folks' feedback on this, the crux of the work that we've put in is really in the vision, the purpose, and the goals. And the strategies, it sounds like there's a big process still to come to iron those out and operationalize those. So if it's correct, maybe we can really focus on the top level part of this document and see those strategies as sort of a placeholder, sort of pointing us in some directions as we go on with this work over the years. That, Joe? I'm just curious if other folks see it the same way.
I don't know, Ben. I mean,
Hello.
See you, Liz. Sorry, give us.
Hi, no worries. First of all, there are certain people that I can't hear. Ben, I don't know if the microphone is very close to you, but you come in and out. And then the second thing about what we're covering, I'm kind of looking at this as like a marriage ceremony, like speak now or forever hold your peace. So I know we have some limited time, but there are some areas that I know that if I don't speak now, I probably will miss an opportunity. So that's just my input.
Yeah, I think we're at a point where we're seeing a final document. I think it's like, and then you start looking at this and going, what about that? What about this? You know, I mean, that's what's happening to us, right?
Yes, I
think we have to
agree.
remember, we also have to remember this isn't gonna be perfect. I have to remind myself, you know, it's like Cal said, right? And good, right? We're not, you know, so I have to remind myself, but I think we do need to get some of these things just out on the table to talk about and point issues out. And it'll probably involve more subcommittee work.
Carla?
Robin, thank you. I really agree that the fire section needs some major overhauling, including the title. But I wanted to point out, you know, one thing really on my mind, and Bob Van Dyke said it very well in his document to all of us, is what is our real jurisdiction here? Legally, what's our real jurisdiction? And I think that's an important thing to get our mind around, because U.S. Forest Service, BLM, the tribes, we have no legal jurisdiction over them. State lands, you know, we know where we're at with state lands, and basically we're down to less than 50% of it that this document's really going to apply to. And I think Bob said it really well with regard to the privates. You know, we just moved 1 million acres into the private forest accord, and you know, that just really making sure we take that to the finish line is probably far more important than time on this document. So I want to be sure we're all seeing the big picture here and what we really do and don't have jurisdiction over, because I don't know that that's clear in everybody's mind. And then I think we should spend proportional time here, and also making sure we do get the private forest accord across the finish line, because my sense is this could really run head on into the private forest accord if this thing goes off the rails in terms of actions and goals. So I thought Bob said that very well in his documentation, and I want to be sure y'all read it.
I need to comment on that. I think, yeah, I agree with you. Bob said that very well, and I think that the whole jurisdiction issue is extremely important. But I'll put out there at the same time, well, that's all true. Who should speak with authority, moral authority around all of Oregon's forests, even the parts we don't have a jurisdiction on. And I don't know anybody else but us who should also have that at the same time. We recognize we don't have jurisdiction, but to speak about, because I deal with all the time thinking about, why do we have so much pressure for harvest on private forests? Because how little is happening on federal forests. We should be paying attention to that. Myself as chair, this board needs to be, and this document, I think, needs to reflect that as well. So this is an and rather than an or, to the point that Bob has made and that you're.
Well, and I think that's a good point, Chair, who does have that authority. But when we get into goals and actions, then you cross the line between vision and statement and into policy and, action. And I think that's where the fence post is for me, is let's be really clear on what our jurisdiction is and what it's not.
Yeah,
Completely agree.
yeah, I agree, Carla. From what Bob said, he's falling into the trap. He doesn't understand. This is aspirational. This is 100,000 feet. This is an overarching direction, right? And that's a trap that many people fall into when they think about strategic plans. This has a role, right? This is our North Star. This is our vision, right? And everybody wants to, pull it down to very specific. So you're right. The goals are, but
It's just the next meeting.
yeah, no, I hear you.
So Jim, hello? Can I speak?
Yes, Liz.
Okay, thank you. I don't hear anyone. So Jim, you've said that a number of times, and I've really thought about this whole conundrum of federal versus lands, before state lands. And, the positive side of that is that under the Pacific Northwest Plan, millions of acres were set aside that now store carbon, do many things for habitat. The shadow side of that is that it significantly, drastically decreased logging. So unless we want to go back into the Pacific Northwest Plan and loosen that up and think about that more adaptively, then this is where we are. But the contributions to so many things because of that is a positive light. And it is what it is unless it changes. I think it should change, actually, and we should do more management on federal lands. And I know there are areas that we can. So when I hear that, I just see there's a light side and there's a shadow side.
All right. I would recommend that we just kind of get into this, and I want to just, this is a tension point that has been there from the beginning of these conversations and will continue and persist beyond today. So I just really, I'm willing to help you hold space for both of these things. What is our vision as you've set out to describe something and have some kind of an authority over how you'd like to see the future of the forest in Oregon in the role that you play, and that there's sensitivity around not kind of going past where you actually have authority, statutory authority, or obligation to meet. And so getting into some of the specifics of the strategies, from what I hear, is really that place of sort of sensitivity. And so Joy was leaning over saying, well, what if we do just try to focus the alignment question today on kind of the goals, the sort of overarching vision, mission, values, and goals, and not get too deep into the strategies if that's going to be a point of impasse just every step along the way. Let's see if we can have the alignment there and know that part, that's the living document part of it, is that you're going to have to continue to work through those, and you'll have really invaluable insight continuing to share out or back into this process from your additional communities out there who have perspective and experience and expertise in this. So with that, that's how we're going to do it. And we will still continue. We will still make some time to walk through the fire one, because I know that was one that was quite unfinished and unresolved the last time we all got together. So let's let's turn it over to Joy. Oh, and Liz, if you can't hear, just speak up, just interrupt and speak up and we'll make sure we accommodate.
Okay, I'll try to do it rarely.
Okay, so kind of focusing on the two newest components. So to provide some context on the uh, the draft mission statement and kind of what I'm calling the people-centric values. So mission and values are a core foundational component for any strategic plan. The board's vision document can function differently. It doesn't necessarily need that to be a whole and complete product. On the department side, for what we submit, we do need that because it conveys within the agency and outside of the agency what we do and how we do it. So it's kind of core to us implementing anything down the road to give that predictability in, this is who ODF is and this is how we operate. So the executive team spent quite a bit of time on drafting a mission statement and some people-centric values. One of the things that came up at our last subcommittee meeting was a really great note of the loss of the forest-centric values that the group had discussed several times. So in the version of the document that you all have, and it's on page 3, I brought back those forest-centric values. They came from, I think it was October of 2022, that retreat conversation. And I tried to gather all of the individual values, and there were dozens of them that everyone came up with, into kind of 3 categories. So I think kind of the first thing I'm looking to the board members to determine is, do you all feel like signing on to a shared mission and people-centric organizational values component? Do you think that's necessary for your vision document, or should it just be within the department's more formal strategic plan?
I suggest that we should look at that section because I think it's new. So let's look at it first and then we'll raise that question. So page 3, if you're following along, it's page 3 of the vision document. Just page 3, yeah.
So at the top is shared vision, and that's something that the board and executive team signed off on months and maybe a year or more ago now. It's all kind of running together. So the shared mission statement that the department's executive team came up with was to protect and promote resilient forests that benefit all Oregonians. Based on internal feedback, it would need some tweaks, particularly around the use of the word resilient. Folks felt very strongly in a lot of ways around that. The other was the use of promote. The vision was to have it represent more along the lines of encouraging that type of thing. But there were a whole broad array of interpretations of promote. So I'd actually recommend that we replace that word with something along the lines of foster, because then it more clearly also encompasses the State Forest Division's body of work. And that was something that we heard a lot of feedback around not feeling represented in this current mission statement. Ultimately, our goal was, is it something clear, concise, and easy for particularly our staff to understand how their work connects to that accomplishment? And based on our recent internal survey, it was about 68% of the respondents agreed that they could see how their work connects to it. And we had about 60% who said they felt the mission statement accurately described why ODF exists. That being said, some wordsmithing in the future. Just to clean it up, it was, you know, we got there as an executive team, actually pretty quickly. We kind of coalesced around, you know, short, clear, to the point. But improvements can always be made. And then on the value side that we're kind of calling out as people-centric, to not confuse them with ecosystem services and similar forest-based values. But we anchored into relationships, workforce, public service, sound decision-making, accountability, and safety. And internal feedback was really almost all about some additional work needed on the public service component. Something to better reflect our service, what services we provide, and reflecting that we provide those, whatever they are, in the best interest of Oregonians as public servants. So, all of that being said, board members.
Joy,
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I have a question on some of that. Can you give me a sense of what the issue is around resiliency? Because resiliency, as I read it, is very much part of the scientific and practitioner language of today. So is there a concern? Is there controversy around resiliency? Or is it like the statement bold? Everyone has a different interpretation and we need to define it.
That's a great question, Liz. And the feedback we got actually kind of fell into two categories. One was around differing interpretations of resiliency. The other was actually a hesitancy to categorize the work we do as focusing only on resilient forests. We don't only protect resilient forests. We don't only work in resilient forests. They're not all resilient. That's why we have to take bold action to get them there. So there's the feeling that it excluded a lot of forest lands.
Well, I thought when I read the document that we're working toward resilient forest, and we're trying to protect healthy forest. So we're doing two things, two-pronged. We're trying to protect healthy forest and we're trying to move toward resilient forest. So when I look at how we use that term, it's accurate.
Yeah, this whole, this term resiliency and resilient, I mean, we've gone kind of round and round. But it's very clear to me as a board member what that means and what, in my mind, what we're promoting resilience. So I like that. That's very, we understand that not all forests are resilient, manage a lot of forests, but I think if we want to be bold, we're trying to do just that, right?
Right.
I think in addition to that, I think the only thing that maybe is missing here, and we say to benefit all Oregonians, but we don't call out communities. I mean, we don't say, and I guess I would add to that mission statement to promote resilient forests and communities that benefit, because that aligns with our people-centric and forest-centric values below, which I like that, putting that in this document.
And I would go back to, Joy, that first statement that we're saying, we're making this very broad brush statement that all Oregon forests are vulnerable, which I don't think that is all federal forests at this point in time. But we're saying that. So if we're saying we're all vulnerable, then in consequence, we have to move toward resiliency. So that's, unless we change that first sentence and say, we have healthy forests and we have forests that need to move toward resiliency. We can change that first, but if we set that out in our first statement, we're making a broad brush statement, is what I'm just saying. So we just set ourselves up with that first statement.
An observation I would have on that page, one I agree with adding under the shared mission, adding communities to promote resilient forests and communities. Under workforce, it sounds like we're talking about ODF, workforce and public service. When 2 retreats ago, when we went to the wall, number 1 on the wall was, our forest products sector and jobs. And that was the number 1 thing that came out of that retreat. And yet in this document, wood products is only mentioned once in the entire document. Timber is only mentioned 3 times. This doesn't feel like a Board of Forestry or a forestry document. It feels more like an environmental document. And I just want to be sure we've got balance there as we talk about resilience, carbon leadership, and wildfire. We bring that into balance. And we remember that retreat that we sat through two years ago.
I think, Jim, you want to go? I'm letting it.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I don't think, I would not want to see the mission changed. I don't think communities is the right thing to say. I think it implies that we're talking about small towns, which we all care about, but it also, I think we need to be inclusive there. I live on a ranch. I don't live in a community. So I'm and saying benefit all Oregonians, I think is more inclusive. Would prefer, I hear both. I think, I understand the point, but I'll disagree.
I think I mean, to Carla's point about kind of the industry, and we don't mention this, we don't talk about this, and going back to that the retreat where we looked at all this, and she's right, that was something that came out. We could have, under forest centric, we could have healthy infrastructure, and we could have forest centric that would, we value the tools needed to maintain functioning ecosystems, including loggers, mills, and other forest workers, or something. I mean, I'm just spitballing here, but something like that we call out the importance of a healthy infrastructure to maintain healthy ecosystems. I don't know what the words are.
I think it's a good idea.
I don't know actually what the words are. The other thing, I got the floor because I talked about communication and the people-centric values. I think communication needs to be somewhere in this. I don't know where that fits, but do we call that out specifically? Communications, we commit to clear and effective communication inside and outside the organization. That could be a clear people-centric value. That's often in, these kind of strategic documents. That could also be built into maybe one of the other categories, possibly. Relationships, possibly, or public service or something. I don't know. Those words could maybe go in there, but I think communication should be one of our values. And I think it's people-centric.
I've got one minor but important point, I think, when we looking at the shared values on the people-centric values, don't put safety at the bottom of the list. That has sort of the implication that we know we have to have it on the list, but we really don't take it that seriously. And some others aren't going to suffer from being at the bottom of the list. Sound decision-making, public service, but workforce or safety are not the ones you want to have.
I think safety should be.
I wanted to just follow up. This is a fascinating conversation, and a couple thoughts on the mission. I'm with Liz. I think resilience, with this whole document, is centered on resilience, and I think that needs to be there. I think there's probably some wordsmithing that we don't necessarily need to do right here to clean it up a little bit, to protect the forests and promote their resilience, maybe would be one way to get there. But I think this whole document centers on resilience. And I think we've talked about it in enough ways throughout the document that I think it's fairly clear what this document means by resilience, hopefully. So I would strongly agree that that's a really the word that runs through this whole document. On the values part, I agree with you, Carla, that there is the forest industry and the economic and timber values that we derive from these forests is missing. And those are really important values that need to be there. And I'm not sure exactly, they don't necessarily fall easily in the forest-centric versus people-centric. They're sort of, they're their own thing that sort of transcend those two divides. But I would agree that that needs to be more clearly called out in those values.
And I think that's pretty doable. You know, that's economic resiliency. And we talk a lot about forest health, but if we're losing capital, we've lost 7, mills and log yards since December. We are as vulnerable on economic resiliency in this industry because it's tied to forest resiliency, but we're not calling out the health of the industry, in this document. We're barely talking about the industry.
Yeah, I think it really falls into forest centric because we're losing tools to keep our ecosystems healthy. I think that's where it lands. It's calling out the importance of those tools and how we say that. I think that's where it lands.
If I may, just for tracking purposes and to help Joy maybe figure out what she's going to integrate from this conversation. 3 things I'm hearing. A lot of pushback on the removal of the word resilient to the vision. Lots of conversations around that, coming to that particular term, as I've observed it, is kind of an important thing. So I think you're getting enough pushback on that. There seems to be some alignment, at least of the board, to kind of maintain that piece. Adding in the forest-centric values, something around healthy infrastructure and actually calling that out as a specific. That sound like I'm getting some nods.
Yeah. I would suggest it's a separate one.
Separate, it's its own,
an added one,
Add a
Yeah. 'Cause
specific
it's like,
value around healthy
Eastern Oregon, when we lose mills in Eastern Oregon, we can't do any resiliency work.
And naming communication as an important aspect of either relationships, accountability, somewhere in that realm, to the point of what Joe really kind of with passion shared earlier today about the importance of that and relationships being about really having good communication feels important. That's where I've got, and then move safety further up the list as an important aspect of people-centric values. Ben?
I would echo what you just said. I think you summed it up well. However, I just want to call out the fact that 4 board members here have been talking the whole time, and there's a whole executive team in the room here, and want to make sure we save space for the rest of you who have very valuable and useful inputs on this, because we continue to try for this to be a shared document. So it should be shared.
I agree. I just want to add one thing. The mission statement, I think, is good. I mean, I don't want to imply that it's bad or that it's, I think we're pretty close, right? So.
Yeah.
This is Liz, and I don't know how Shawneen is doing, but I think Robin, when you speak, and Jim, when you speak, it's hard to hear.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That's
thanks.
better. Okay. So point well taken on making sure the ET is weighing in here. I thought this was all feedback from internal. So I want to just clarify that this is actually feedback from the department on some changes. And Cal and others that are around the table that have been kind of in this conversation for a while, how is this sitting with you now? Now that you've heard a little bit more on this, are you good with what is being proposed here? Do you have some additional insights to share?
My perspective, I'm good with what's being proposed here. I do kind of want to talk a little bit about, I gotta get closer here. Thank you. Yeah. Liz, can you hear me?
Yes, thanks.
Great, great. I do want to talk about, okay, we need to have a paragraph or have some words about how important infrastructure is and the workforce there. But is it a forest centric or is it a people centric value? That we value that. Part of me says it's people centric because it's actually things that people do. And part of me says, yeah, it's forest centric because it's helping the forest. So I'm just kind of tossed on that one, but I do agree we should call it out. And I agree with putting safety. In fact, when you hear about our priorities, safety is going to be number one. Okay.
I would argue that it's forest centric. Because again, if you don't have that infrastructure, I'm particularly thinking about the dry side, you can't do the kind of work we need to be doing to have healthy forests.
Al, I would argue it's both. Because what California learned is a lesson we ought not have to learn. And you start losing that infrastructure and that economic capacity, you lose the people capacity to go with it, and then you can't truly address the resiliency. And they have really learned that firsthand. And so I would really argue it's both.
This is Liz, and I would say the same. Just talking to colleagues in Montana, it's getting dire.
All right, so those will be some changes that Joy works into the next draft. Are there other questions or comments on the section of the vision, mission, values?
Robin, you look at me, so sometimes I feel compelled just to speak up. So one of the things, I agree with the conversation and talking about resiliency and, really my mindset kind of changed because when you look at people-centric values, I just crossed out people and I put Oregon-centric values. And then I kind of looked at this in a whole kind of different landscape. I agree with Chair Kelly, bumping safety up to the number one because we say it the last two words there says our top priority. So identifying there, it's a spot. But when I thought about, just crossing out people and putting Oregon-centric values, it really lines up with what, the governor's doing, what we're all doing. And I think it might give us, give you the space needed maybe to add some of those other things when you want to like specifically call out the economic values or those sorts of things. It might give you the space if you put what's an Oregon-centric value and not just a people-centric value.
So for quick clarification, I'm realizing people-centric was probably not the best subhead for it. I think more accurately, it would be organizational values for the board and department as entities, rather than trying to focus on the broader people, because in theory, all of the forest ones affect people too. So going forward, we probably won't need to split them out kind of how they are here. But mainly I wanted to highlight, particularly for the subcommittee, the reintroduction of that particular body of work that the board and executive team had done in the past. We don't have to call them anything.
Joy and Robin, I think I have one more comment. And if I can make it, and it's under the vision and the context, comments and context. And I've read it several times. It's the first one, bold and scientific based actions are needed. And those two words, bold and scientific based, I think have many interpretations. So I'm okay with bold because every vision statement has bold that I've ever seen. And we'll just have to live with that. But the scientific space actions, what I would suggest that instead of, because there's so many scientists don't agree, and that's just part of the whole context of being a scientist. But what about being informed by the range of science-based actions? So we say range, and then we're informed, and then it's a more inclusive statement versus someone saying, this is the science, that prevails. And I want to read something from Jack Ward Thomas in the book on Jack Ward Thomas Remembered, and I've been reading it for another board role that I have. And he said, Jack Ward Thomas, of all people, he once argued, scientists should be acutely aware that we know so little and that there is no final truth. To believe otherwise is just plain foolish, said the Texan scientist. So that has resonated with me. And this conundrum where we're always trying to find out which science we believe. So if we say a range of science based information, I just offer that as a way to, and if it complicates things, it might, but that's something that I was trying to come up with.
Thanks, Liz. We'll circle back. We got it noted. We'll circle back to this section again. I do want to kind of keep us focused on the values, mission, vision piece.
Okay.
If there's anything else, just so Joy can really capture what she needs to, so we can move to the next section. Carla?
Robin, I don't want to dismiss that comment because it's a critical comment. I do a lot with Oregon State University. I'm on the board of trustees, and I've, asked Forestry, why don't we see you here? They want to be bold and part of problem solving. And we get, 18 different opinions because the science is a range of science. And you've got extreme outliers and, you've got middle ground. We hear a lot about best available science. And I think that's pretty controversial if you had a range of scientists in the room. And my sense is we're out on our skis a little bit in terms of what we think is absolute truth on best available science. So I think Liz just brings up an excellent point, and a point that we need to take to heart, that these are really complex systems without simple solutions.
Thanks for that.
I got two comments around this use of the word bold. Because I'm uncomfortable on the page one. Not a big deal, but when we have the paragraph where we're describing this vision document as bold, forward-looking, and for me, the decision as to whether this document is bold is really something for others to decide. On the other hand, when you get down to actually talking about strategies and commitments, there's a line here under context and commitments, bold science-based actions. I agree with that use of that says something. I hear what Carla is saying, but I strongly agree with our use of that language there, but just disagree with it in terms of using ourselves using it in the description of the document.
Can I comment? Yeah, Liz, I think you make a good point about science. It harkens back to a hike I was taking with Jerry Franklin. He's a well-known ecologist. I know a compadre of Jack Ward Thomas, right, Liz?
Right.
But we were going through the old growth, and Brenda McComb was with us too.
Mm-hmm.
She reminded me of this. It was just the two of us with Jerry in the lead, and he was comparing the old growth systems with the ocean, where we had meadows, and he called those tide pools and stuff. And then he turned around and looked at me. He goes, you know, Cal, we have this ocean of science that we have to explore. We know a thimble.
Right.
Yeah. And that was only 25 years ago, I think.
know.
So I don't
And
know if we
time-
I asked, when I talked at OSU, I asked the graduate students, I told them that story, and I says, do we know two thimbles? And they all nodded. Yeah, I think we know two thimbles now, but
Right.
that's not very much. And so I think I agree with that comment. I think that we need to be careful on that.
And it's evolving. It evolves.
Yeah, it's evolved.
Well, thanks for flagging this, Liz and Carla, and the conversation. it's been kind of a present conversation for the subcommittee along the way as well. So we may ask them for some good advice on how to address that. We'll hold space for that in a little while. We are scheduled for a break in a couple minutes, so I'm wondering if this might be a good time for us to just take 10 minutes, and we'll come back and resume and maybe look at the fire section. So we'll see you all at 10:25. All right, so let's keep moving along. Joy has a suggestion to kind of tidy up the mission, vision, values.
So what I'd like to propose to the group is that over lunch, I can work to do a quick incorporation of the conversations on specifically the mission and values that we've had. And then after lunch, during our closeout, I think we've got 45 minutes after lunch, to give the group a chance to kind of see all of that input incorporated into the text. It won't be perfect, but if we can at least get general alignment around it, then I can work with the subcommittee for the refinement and final cleanup.
Okay, cool. We'll do that. A reminder from our new board administrator to lean into the microphone if you're speaking, like a hand's width is appropriate. Any further, it's a little, it's not, it's hard to hear. So in the interest of wanting to focus on an area, a section that we didn't, that kind of needs some airtime here in the room, let's jump to the priority living with fire, currently named as living with fire, on page 10 of the document. So Joey will walk us through some of the proposed changes that came out of the input from the last time we checked in. And I'd really encourage the subcommittee to engage in this conversation as far as like where you all left off, because you've done a little bit more work on this as well.
So for quick background, this priority area was one that I believe came out of the October retreat last year out of Medford. Needing to recognize with as big of a thing as wildfire is related to the board and the department's work, really needing to call it out as its own priority area. That's also why it's not as fleshed out and robust as some of the other priority areas. So looking at the current language around the goal of prevent, suppress, manage, and mitigate wildfire to protect communities, allow natural ecosystem processes, and promote the adaptive capacity of Oregon's forests. How's everybody feeling about the language of that goal statement?
Joy, I think we need to have a conversation about the title. That there is, I mean, we changed the title of the section, talked about it at the subcommittee. I'd like some input from the other board members, executive staff on how we title this section. Because I think it was originally titled Wildfire, I believe. And we had a lot of conversation on the subcommittee about that title. And I think this is a vision document. Words, these titles matter, okay? And the things that are suggested from these titles matter. I mean, even Jim and I were in the break, we were talking about these, how these words matter. So I would just like some feedback, because that, there was a lot of discussion about the title. So.
Yes, and as a quick note for the group, I think it's had 2 different titles before this one. It started as wildfire response / suppression, and then just became wildfire. And then I think the kind of living with fire concept came out of subcommittee conversations of how do we encompass all of the various fire related topics that we really need to address.
Following on that, I would propose we just call it fire. I think that might thread the needle. I just proposed that. As I think about this priority or goal, and I think about all of everything we've been talking about this morning, this whole document, I think there's a tension between sort of the sort of protect and steward concept of sort of maintain the status quo, keep things the way they are, versus that sort of promote resilience concept in this document, which is make things better and work towards a better future. And I think there's a tension throughout this whole document with these 2 different worldviews or ways of thinking about the work that we do. And I think it's here. And personally, I don't find living with fire to be too problematic, but I'm happy to change it. But I think our work right here, right now is really focused on trying to at least maintain the status quo and keep it from getting worse and get fires out a lot of the time. But I think as we look forwards, a lot of the work that needs to be done is really about resilience and working with fire and finding our path as humans in this complex these forests of Oregon to work with it, because we're not going to make it go away. Making it go away has been what got us here in the first place. Trying to make it go away is what has gotten us here in the first place. So I think the reality is it's going to be a major part of the work we do for the future. And how do we work with that in a keep it at bay, but also, work along with fire where it's useful. So I don't know if that helps, but that's sort of how I think about this piece here.
Yeah.
Hey, Joy and Robin, I have a comment that.
Okay, we've got 2 in the queue and then you, Liz.
Okay, sorry.
So far be it for me to be the expert, but the second section is climate leadership. Could this section be climate management? Instead of just calling out specifically fire. I mean, fire means a lot of things. So climate management might be a different way to frame it. So it's not so focused on living with it.
Yeah, sorry, I think it's such a big part of what this agency does. A primary focus of this agency. I hear you, Wendy, what you're saying, but I believe in this document, it needs to be called out in some manner, just because it's such a big part of the agency.
That was originally not there, and that was something that I pushed, that it be called out.
my sense is our ability to manage, the climate is pretty contained. I like the idea of just fire. I thought living with fire sounded defeatist, and I wouldn't want to explain that to people who just lost their house or their community or their town, that the agency that really fights the fires, and we put people's, not only our own, people at risk. But I thought we needed to have maybe a more positive, proactive view on, our abilities there. When I listened to the Oregon Kitchen Table, those couple of sessions, that was top of mind. That came through twice. Top of mind for Oregonians was fire and safety. And that's what I heard them loud and clear, talking about. So also, as I listened to other organizations like the congressional hearings with U.S. Forest Service, it's a much more proactive conversation. And I'd like to just, keep in mind others are talking about this topic, and in a more proactive, positive, we can make a difference here.
All right, Liz, you're up.
Okay, and so this actually kind of follows on what Carla said on living with fire, and I'm fine with however y'all want to describe that. Under context, the second sentence, it's a rather long sentence on the variety of fire regimes, frequency, low intensity, replacement fire. And I think in order to kind of direct us to what we're maybe perhaps wanting to say is to add on to that sentence that in the end, we want to restore natural fire regimes. And that gives us a goal and objective to what we want to do. And it realizes that fire, it acknowledges that the fire is a part of our many natural ecosystems in the state, and that there's a place for it, and that there is going to be a stretch to get there. So it acknowledges a number of things if we say to restore natural fire regimes.
Not to rain on everyone's parade here, but and I don't really like living with fire, but I think to pretend that, that we can get things under control easily is not facing reality. I've spent most of my life living in an era where the Northwest had way less fire than it historically had. In the best of circumstances, we are facing an era of a whole lot more fire. And hopefully, the best we can do is to try to stop the most catastrophic of that. But the reality is we're going to have to be living with fire, whether we want to call this section that or not. But we are. And people, I think it's part of our duty not to sugarcoat that in terms of public perception. I mean, sorry to be saying that, but I don't see a different reality out there facing us.
For those of us that sat on the Wildfire Council, and there's a number of us in the room that did, there was a unanimous report that came out of that Wildfire Council with, I don't know, Kyle, 45, Mike, you were there, 45 people around the room from every different sector. And there was a lot of optimism that, yes, we have had 40 years of forest policy in the state where our burnable fuel load has, accelerated at massive levels due to, forest policy that was put in place. But I would tell you there was a lot of optimism around that table about, possible outcomes. And so I would just respectfully disagree. There's a lot of people that spent almost 2.5 years on this very topic, and we listened to lots of experts and had a lot of feedback, and I heard a lot of optimism there.
In your sprint this week, have you had a chance to look at this?
I agree, Carla. I think that there is a fair bit of optimism in the wildland community that with intentional focus, which we are sort of, coalescing around, to your point, the national approach, right? And California yesterday just put out a really aggressive, forward-looking approach to addressing their mitigation. And so I guess in classic fire guy optimism, yeah, I think there is certainly a significant challenge, but not one that we don't think we could overcome, right, with intentional focus and effort. And so I don't want to lose sight of that either, but the reality is that there is a crisis in front of us relative to fuel loading and trajectory of the climate and frequency and intensity of the fires that we've been facing. And so I don't want to set that aside either, because the resources that it's going to take to address that are going to require some significant urgency at the same time. And so I think that's an important piece that we don't want to lose track of. And that's probably more than I am qualified to share at the moment.
Aren't we kind of, what we're getting at is, I'm going to go back to the title for a second. When we talk about fire management of fire in some, I mean, that's what we believe we can. We can, through our actions, impact results. And should we title it in that manner? Fire management, managing fire, something like that. Is that what we're ultimately trying to say? I just, again.
Well, maybe if we look at what's in here, is that what you're ultimately trying to say from this section? Go ahead, Liz.
I'm not going to answer your question, but I was kind of leaning into what are some of the big things that are going to be challenges, what Jim said and our new fire person said. And when I go to strategies and the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet on promoting fire and smoke adapted communities, I think back to our Bend field trip. And one thing that I really remember about that was that I think the DEQ guy who was speaking to smoke, that is in our aggressive work in putting out wildfires and catastrophic events like that. The hard stop is air quality. And we're going to be able to advance as much as possible depending on what DEQ says with air quality. So what I would suggest adding on that 5th bullet is promoting smoke adaptive communities would be something, and I don't have a really good wording yet, but including adaptive solutions with clean air regulation and rules, just to flag that and say that's going to be the tough one to overcome. As good as we are, as much money we can put into resources and dollars, that's going to be a big one. So let's flag it, maybe.
I was surprised, and I'm glad to see it's in the leadership team recommendations. I was just surprised that I missed something about, specific statement around prescribed fire. That just is amazing. I mean, that just has to be here, in my view. Prescribed. Yeah, it's in the leadership team recommendations, but it hadn't been in the document before.
So, yeah, you know what, fire management sounds like a great title to me. Because everything in here is about managing fire. There's nothing else in here other than how we're going to manage it, even in areas where we're going to deliberately allow a natural fire to take place. It's a decision. There's nothing in here that's not deliberate. I would think that with the suppression, the prescribed burn, I think that does fall into the fields management and forest resiliency work bullet. And I just remind everybody that, because we do have quite a litany of things here that were called out, by folks, but at the same time, we were trying to roll these things into high enough level bullets that the strategies could cover a variety of actions that we might want to take.
Really trying to process, and I'm going to pull from several folks' statements. Words do matter. Problem is that words mean different things to different people. And so we're arguing over the title and living with fire versus managing fire. And you could probably put each of those three out there and over time get a very different reaction from a dozen people on what that really means to them. Personally, I'm probably okay with living with fire because of the conversation that Ben had with us with the proactive approach, and that we know that's what we are doing. And I think, Jim, you also mentioned that. I'm fine personally with managing fire as well. And I think, to Mike's point, it does underlay in everything we're doing. However, at least in the fire world, the term managing fire gives a connotation that has been negative for this department. And so managing fire comes across as a very different thing. And so it's just awareness. And that, as I'm listening to the conversation, those are things that jumped out at me.
Yeah, thank you, because sometimes we're just not aware of some of that history and culture and the words. I also want to also support the leadership team's recommending a strategy about prevention. And there's a couple major factors that have been going on in recent years. One is this, state has so much more population than it's ever had. Two, a whole lot of more folks are doing outdoor activities than they ever have. And three, we've got climate change. And that combination means prevention really is more important than it has ever been. And so that, I think, needs a lot of emphasis in this.
Okay, Mike. So I just explained myself as I'm laughing at my friend and my colleague over there. And I don't know if I need to say my name for the record. This is being recorded. Chris Klein, Division Chief. Protection. Yeah, it does have negative connotations in some circles, the management, rather than putting fire out, because sometimes it means you just fall way back and light stuff on fire. It's a term that's been thrown out by other agencies and burn up copious amounts of resources and money. However, to that point, I think I could live with it. I just wanted to make sure for clarity, I wasn't shooting it down. Much more important to me is the substance within the framework. So the titles don't really, I understand it, and we could probably wrangle forever over words, onesies and twosies. So I thought since I was laughing and showing my emotions, I thought I better clarify myself. I can support it if need be.
Liz, go ahead.
Thank you. Spoken like a real fire guy on emotion. I can live with fire management. I think it's broadly understood, even though some people may have some issue with that. And the other thought I just throw out is addressing wildfire. That is a little notch down, but if that makes people happier, that might be another option. Throwing it out there.
All right, let's actually look at the substance of this section and see, maybe we'll come up with the right combination of words for the title, but to Chris's suggestion, it makes sense for us to look at the substance and see if you've got everything in there that is needed. And Joy had some additional input that she wanted to walk through.
All right, so before we jump to the strategy recommendations that came from ODF's leadership team, I wanted to circle back to the goal statement, because kind of how, like we talked about earlier, getting alignment around mission, vision, values, and goals is my biggest hope for the group, realizing that the strategies will grow and evolve over time as circumstances change. So does the group kind of broadly feel like, yep, we cover all the bases on wildfire within the current goal statement?
So Kyle, you can correct my numbers. But one thing, when I read this, it sounds like we pretty much have it under control. And I don't have that sense of under control when we talk about fire or wildfire in Oregon, since we burned about 1 in 6 acres in the last 10 years. You know, I think we're at, you tell me if I'm wrong, but about 10 million acres of wildland fire, and we only have 62 million acres in the past 10 years. So I don't feel the sense of urgency when I read this. And my sense is there is a sense of urgency. So this, you know, while I get what you're saying, I don't think it is at the level of reality of where we find ourselves.
So, Carla, within kind of the goal statement or in the broader context, because I do have several notes of things that we should probably add to the context to qualify the situation we find ourselves in much better.
Maybe both.
I would like it to put integrated resiliency work and prescribe fire a little bit more. Would suggest as a way to do that, you know, that it be the way it is, wildfire to protect communities, comma, and then I would say imitate and allow natural ecosystems processes.
Can I ask a question? This is more of a question. When I read that, a couple of things rolled through my head was, and Carla's kind of touching on this, is that, you know, the certain sense of urgency, because when you think about it, we have, it not only affects us because of our pocketbook, you know, the cost, and being, as you know, Robin, properly situated so we can actually have our department outfitted correctly. Because, you know, Chris, if you have the right resources, you can put fires out. Yeah. I mean, the technology's there. Having those right resources is an issue. The second one is, we're not the only state fighting this. And Kyle, you're going to be facing this more and more as you go after aircraft and stuff. Competition for those resources. Anyway, those are some of the things I'm worried about.
I just wanted to follow up on Carla's point, and I agree with you, Carla. There isn't the urgency here that needs to be here. And I think your question, Robin, I think it sits in the goal. And I think the goal is good, but the goal is passive. The goal is sort of, we're going to do these things. But the reality is, and I don't know how we say this, but the goal really should be, we have a lot of work to do to get our forest in a better place. By doing these things. And so I think if we could change maybe it's 2 sentences, but there's something we're working towards with this work that is listed here in the goal. I think would really help the tone and tenor of this sort of match the reality.
Yeah, I'll pile on. I just think, yeah, there needs to be, what we don't have to wordsmith it now, but an acknowledgement that this is a crisis, right from the get-go, and a crisis with requiring an urgent response, and whatever the language could be.
Yeah, great.
One thing I remember hearing from the scientists in the Wildfire Council, and again, Kyle and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, is this notion of prescribed fire and natural fire is great until the fires get away from us. And basically what they were saying is to get to that back to that natural fire regime, Liz, that you stated, is we've got to get the burnable fuel load down to where we can get back to a natural state and back to you know, a sense of history and normal fire behavior. So please correct me if I'm wrong. but those words are, in practicality, I thought we heard pretty clear statements from the scientists on that.
Do you see that in here? You don't. So prioritize and promote fuels management doesn't get it.
Where we are.
Yeah. No, the
Yeah.
question, the question, Carla, is it addressed in your vision that that's important? That's the question I'm asking you.
Would have to capitalize mitigation and put it first. Because what I heard from those folks is you can't get back to that natural state until you have a condition where you can get back to that state. But I'm going to let Kyle and Mike help me out here. I just remember those scientists were pretty clear on that.
I think Carla's really right on this, and I think, somewhere in this, it should have this language that we want to get these lands that, had a natural fire regime. That's the long-term goal, and should be stated as such.
Yeah, I think the concept of reintroducing, getting forests in the shape, especially in fire-dependent ecologies, so that we could re-enter natural fires. And we have that clarity, because I just got a text from one of my Forest Service friends in Central Oregon. They said, Cal, things are getting ugly again, because there's this concept of that all we need to do is do home hardening, and everything else doesn't, home hardening, and everything else doesn't work. And, I think we need to talk about that. Anyway.
Do we have a couple hours to continue? Because this is really this is the meat of the conversation. And you folks have heard me for the last couple of years come up, and you've heard this quote from me: we can't suppress our way out of the wildfire crisis in Oregon. Unfortunately, this state is not funded, and we have not been funded to move the needle on the mitigation activities. Right, wrong, or indifferent. And we can say that that's going to be a priority, but at the end of the day, there's got to be a mechanism for that to happen. And as of yet, we have not been able to do that at the pace and scale necessary to really move the needle. You look at the suppression side of the equation, our suppression has stayed constant over the last 20 years. We've been between 94 and 97% success at catching fires at 10 acres or less, period. Like, that is really consistent and has been even over the last decade when the fires are more challenging. Now, to your statement of 1 in 6 acres burned over the state, you're absolutely right, because those few fires that do escape because of fuels conditions and climate conditions are that much more difficult to control and get under wraps, and they get bigger, and we continue to lose more acres on those fires. Those are the fires of concern. But we haven't reduced our success at initial attack. We have continued that pattern. But we are in a different world. And if we can't address the mitigation and get back to that natural state where we can put fire on the ground safely, relatively, realizing there's a risk in that, and a liability, we're going to continue to have this conversation. And it started with the Governor's Council on Wildfire Response. And I think the data was somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 million acres that needed treatment. And I would ask, what has the state done since that came out to address that? It takes money and it takes time, and those are the challenges, and we continue to see it. We continue to talk about it. We actually haven't been able to move the needle.
Liz.
So, gosh, Mike, I think in the last few seasons that I've been here, I always see sort of a mixed blessing at the end of the fire season where you have been so successful. And you always say this, there's this always a little bit of a, but, I can't maintain it. I sort of hear that every time we do it. And I love this quote that you just said: we are in a different world, and we need to get back to the natural fire regime. That says it for me. It acknowledges that you know, you can only hold back that ocean so much, and things will break. And that to me starts getting at the urgency that Jim is talking about, that Carl is talking about. So I really like what you just said.
But I think there's one more piece to this, and it's not just, mitigation. And it's active management, and it's the sheer amount of, we're almost bipolar in this agency. We put more and more and more and more and more aside to where we're among the highest in the world in terms of, set aside. But the other side, finds that on the fire side, and that burnable fuels load is at the crux of, at the crux of this discussion. It's at the heart of this discussion.
Yeah, I just want to caution a little bit on how we use natural fire regime for a number of reasons. One, if we stick with our mission on the fire side and what we protect, there are a lot of lands that will not see the natural fire regime again. And in some cases, remember, natural fire regimes are quite variable across Oregon, and there's some you don't want to see, at least not anywhere near you. So I think, we need to get, use all of the management tools in our toolbox to get fuels into a manageable place. But I think, and in some areas, it's appropriate to allow a natural process to take place for sure. But I think we need to not be too broad brush about natural fire regimes. And the other reason is they're going to change on us with climate change. We're going to see definitely a temporal change in that. We're already seeing it probably.
Yeah, I guess I assumed that there would be the proper caveats that would cover that by area.
As appropriate, natural fire regimes is appropriate because we know they evolve.
Maybe just a couple quick thoughts. Don Everingham, Northwest Oregon Area Director. So the group talked about showing a sense of urgency. And I agree with that, potentially either in the goal or actually the title, right? We heard crisis, maybe there's a wildfire crisis as part of the title, or addressing a wildfire crisis as another option to do that. I guess the other piece around alignment with priorities, when we get to strategies, this is the first goal that includes essentially refers to another national planning effort and strategy and hundreds of pages of opportunities and other actions that could potentially be taken, right? So when we talk about maybe needing to highlight prescribed fire, likely if we click on that link, there's a lot about prescribed fire in there. But maybe with the first strategy going to a national framework, we're losing the sense of what would Oregon want investment in? What, just as Mike Shaw had said, here's this piece, a problem. If we were to invest in Oregon, what are those couple priorities that we would focus on? And maybe that national framework piece moves a little lower, just to make clear.
Okay, so I'm hearing some pretty clear coalescing around direction of moving this section. Joy's lift is to take that and transform it into the next draft. So she's again nudged me and said I can do that over lunch and bring a draft back. Do you want to just kind of feedback some of the stuff that you're gonna incorporate into this, and then she'll have a next draft for all of you to look at after lunch?
Yes, so really I think the biggest takeaway from this conversation as far as the goal statement is elevating and emphasizing that longer term adaptation resiliency need, because that's how we ultimately address wildfire crisis. It incorporates a lot of things, but not so much leading with, these are the things we do. but rather leading with, here's where we're trying to get to. Does that kind of cover the big bucket?
And I heard this sense of urgency, really, the tone of it needs to be a strong call to action.
Do we need to have the words pace and scale increased in that goal? I don't know. Just throwing that out.
I think we do, because that's where the Wildfire Council and the legislature ran afoul, right? Is we were very clear on pace and scale and very clear of the threat to some major cities. And you know, what we heard time and time again is, oh, we didn't get that fire out that came right up on Canby or Wallowa, or we didn't get that fire out that came up on Portland. Those were wind changes. You know, I heard that over and over and over again. So I think that pace and scale, for those of us that sat through that 2.5 years of indoctrination, is very real compared to how that was downsized into, I mean, the amount that we are mitigating is kind of a joke compared to what was recommended. So yes, pace and scale is everything if we truly want to make a difference here.
This is Chris, and I don't know how we put that into practice, but I just I will, no, it's okay. No, I'm supportive. I just wanted to tell you folks as board members, I'm relatively new to this arena, but I'm really excited and honored that I get a chance to sit here and listen to what you're saying, because what I've heard loud and clear, my professional opinion. So I'll put on my fire. I do sound like a fireman. I'm a fireman, 36 years of fire, over 10,000 hours. I'm a kind of a statistical nerd on actual fires. It's what we are doing is a drop in the bucket. It needs to be a warlike effort. You know, we did a 3,000 acre fuels reduction project. That's 70 to 90 seconds in a fire run, in a large fire run. It's just, it needs to be. And the other interesting thing, I'm super looking forward to watching and how, you know, our agency interacts with you, and then the nexus to the Board of Forestry over all lands in the state of Oregon. Because it has to be an all lands, all hands approach. It has to be the federal lands and the fuel loading. My professional opinion is you're spot on, Carla. And how do we get fire back into the ecosystem when we have managed tree farms now? And what was happening back in the 1800s or 1700s is not the same as going to happen. Things have changed, right? And I've heard adaptive strategies, and there's been some great conversation to sit here and kind of take in and listen to. And I'm just kind of curious, how, from the Board of Forestry's perspective, how do you manage? How are we going to going to manage border to border across all lands, federal, private, tribal?
Liz, did you want to respond to that? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, no,
Your
I
hand was
wanted
up.
to just to support it and just say, Chris, so if we do say pace and scale up front, you will be aligned with our border, our neighbors to the south, and you will be aligned with the other federal entities. So that's positive.
I agree, and absolutely conceptually, but there's a lot of practical roadblocks to that too. Somebody said DEQ earlier, et cetera, right? And I was incident commander on Two Bulls, which was in 2008 or 13 or something like that, right? And it just almost burned up the west side of Bend, and it was running through fuels that couldn't be disposed of because of clean air issues. And yet you could watch it on the satellite, and it was impacting the Grand Canyon. So, a pristine air shed, can't get there. Yet we weren't impacting Bend a few miles away. We were states away. It was national. It was a national impact. So it's just a really intriguing to be a lifelong firefighter and to be invited into your conversation here. I'm honored, and it's intriguing to listen to.
So Chris, you're right. You're right. But this is visionary, right? This is our vision. So that's, and we say it somewhere else in the document, we may not be able to accomplish these things, but this is our vision. That's a starting point.
Fascinating.
Okay.
But it's good work, right? And it feels like everybody's on the same page.
So I have a comment. Finally, the finance guy will speak up here. So we talk about this vision, it's a vision document, what we're going to do. Are we going to fund this though? How are we going to fund this? You know, we have a funding crisis in Oregon of large fire, even base budgets too, you know. If we talk about this, but where is it in this priority? Because we don't mention anything about funding in our priority for fire.
James, that's a great transition to the recommended strategic updates.
I think that's a great question. And the way we're funding it now is on the back end. So the new number is for every dollar in, you know, firefighting costs, it's $55 in total costs. And so it's those total costs and all those externalities associated with that total cost. That's what we're funding now. And that has to be flipped, and we know that.
Yeah, and what we end up doing is kicking the can down.
You know, James, I mean, obviously, we're not in charge of the finance and all of that, but at the same time, you know, I really feel like, I mean, and well, first of all, the department is constricted somewhat to their ability to lobby and, you know, and how the POP system works and all of that. But we're not as a board and also, I do feel we have a duty to be out there, you know, making the case with the governor, legislative leaders, legislature, and all of that. And I think that's a totally appropriate role for the board to do.
And great discussion, Carla. What Carla was referencing is the true cost of wildfire, and for every dollar of suppression, it truly costs society, you know, and it's anywhere from $10 to $90 for a dollar, right? And it's a lot. What that triggered for me is we need to do, and so I look at some recommendations in education. If we want to move the needle, we've got to end up somewhere on the governor's priority, Ways and Means priority, legislators' priority. And that's probably not going to, like, some of that may come from the Board of Forestry, Jim, to your point, or from the agency speaking with those folks, but it's really going to come from Oregonians. Because if Oregonians aren't screaming about clean air to their legislators and putting it on their priority, us talking to them is no different than any other agency talking about their priorities, whether that be water or corrections or whatever. Somehow it seems we need to move the needle on Oregonians' understanding of the wildfire crisis. We can sit and talk for days about it and all are on the same page. We know what we're facing. The general Oregonian, got a few weeks of bad smoke in the summer. Outside of that, they don't really think about it too much unless there's a fire roaring down on their community. Then it's all of a sudden an emergency. And so somehow we need to move the needle on the understanding and the education of the challenge that we all know that exists for Oregon and what it's going to look like 30 years from now if things aren't done today, because it's only going to get worse. I'm not sure that we've done a great job of highlighting what that might look like downstream.
I'm going to let you complete your task here, but I do want to just refer back to a comment Carla made, and what she was hearing from the community engagement effort was that was a primary focus of conversation and concern for folks. So I think there's alignment there with some of the stuff you've heard back from your communities along the way.
Yes, so both Mike and James feed into recommendations that we do have documented from the leadership team as far as big strategy buckets that they felt we need to incorporate into this list. I apologize for a couple of duplications there. I'm just going to say that it's because it's super important why prevention appears multiple times. But so first recommendation was adding a strategy that does address the education side of it. And I would incorporate into that from OKT's community engagement work, actual community engagement. So not just talking at people, but interacting with them and really understanding what are they afraid of? What do they need more information about? Which is a much more deliberate process than just pushing out public information. So strategy around fire education and engagement, including wildfires generally, prescribed fire, prevention, just helping folks better understand Oregon's wildfire environment, where things are today and where we're trying to get to, and what role they have in all of that. Is that something the group feels like with wordsmithing would be a reasonable add?
So do we need to mention OFRI in that, or do we need an entity?
I don't think at this
I'm
strategy
just asking.
level, I think as we get into what it looks like on the implementation side,
Okay.
and it's all of those great partnerships we have.
Robin, maybe you can find, in a broader sense, what you learn, you know, the Oregon kitchen table piece and the broader community support for this arena. My sense is it is great. And certainly the legwork has been done for actions that need to happen in the state of Oregon. And then politically, a very narrow base of people stopped this mitigation. And part of being bold is this is going to take money. I mean, we can put all the words on a piece of paper that we want to put on a piece of paper, but this is going to take money to help solve this issue. And, you know, it's just a very extreme, narrow segment that killed this thing, that killed that work of the Wildfire Council. So I think part of what we need to do is be pretty clear on, again, go right back to what we know, what it's going to take, and what kind of funding is needed to get this job done.
I mean, if folks have questions about what came out of the OKT work, that wasn't my work, but I have sisters with those folks. And we have a sister up here on the screen. Sarah Giles is here. If you do have questions about any of that. But I think to your point that Sarah, and you can verify this, but that was one of the kind of consistent conversations that you all were listening in on across the state. Is that right?
That's right. And thanks, y'all. Sarah Giles with Oregon's Kitchen Table. Wendy is on an airplane, so she wasn't able to join today. I know she's been a big part, especially in February when we hosted those conversations that many of you were at. I was at one, but Wendy, I think, was at all of them. But yes, it definitely continued to be high interest. And as Joy said, a combination of wanting more information, that people wanted more information, but also wanting to share back too and talk about their own experiences and what they observe and know from where they live and in their communities. I know people were very appreciative about those opportunities to sit down with both board members and staff. We got a lot of feedback about how important that was. And in fact, some strong desires to not end the meeting after 90 minutes when it ended, which is always a good sign that people have more they want to say and talk about too. And happy to answer questions folks might have.
All right, so sounds like we're heading in the right direction on kind of the education engagements. I think also the concept of building public and community acceptance around prescribed fire and, you know, increasing defensible space implementation and things like that all kind of fit under that strategy area, which covers several on this list, which is good. The next one is pretty interesting. Leadership team recommendation around incorporating limiting the transfer of risk in suppression decisions, which I know our department fire folks would be very interested in discussing. I'm not sure if that's something that goes into the strategies or something we build into the context as far as, you know, kind of some of our guiding doctrine. But just want to open that up for conversation.
I mean, I think this work on prescribed fire and risk and all of this, I think is really important. And I think we've alluded to this a couple times that, you know, where is prescribed fire actually happening? And there's a lot of acres that are under ODF's primary purview that'll probably never see prescribed fire, most of those acres. But at the same time, I kind of get the impression that ODF is really holding the convener of the prescribed fire conversation in Oregon. We're working on new rules around this. We are trying to be leading this conversation and be a facilitator almost more than anything else when it comes to prescribed fire. And so I think that's really important that we position the department as front and center as possible in that conversation, and to be the convener, the facilitator, the supporter, whatever the word is, for the prescribed fire work, and make that as accessible as possible to landowners of all types in the state. So yeah, that is, you know, limiting transfer risk fits right into that sort of bigger idea.
Liz?
This is probably a question for Mike Shaw. Mike, is there something in our policy and regulation? I'm sorry about the noise behind me. Is there something in our policy and regulation that needs to be wording changed that will alleviate some of that burden of risk to the landowner? Do you know of anything like that would be something that we could get after to address that? Or is that even the issue?
It's a good question. I don't think so. I don't
Okay.
think I think the issue is maybe a little bit different than that, as I understand the words on the page. There's, among most things, a spectrum of risk tolerance. There's a spectrum of safety tolerance, et cetera. And in certain scenarios, a suppression approach, utilizing a safety approach that is on one end of a spectrum occurs that may have a downstream impact elsewhere. And so ODF, as you folks know, is very aggressively initial attacks every fire. It's in the statute. It drives every decision we make. And we do that having provided for firefighter safety first. We mitigate safety hazards and risks, and we go put out fires because long-term that reduces firefighter exposure and additional risk. That isn't always the exact approach of our neighbors. And sometimes when those approaches are viewed differently based on a safety spectrum, it creates a transfer of risk to private landowners, both from a cost and resource loss standpoint, and to firefighters that get engaged in a long duration campaign style fire. So I think that's what this was addressing, and it's
Okay.
That's a squishy way to talk about it. So apologies for walking around.
No, I get it. I get it, Mike. And what I think I hear you saying, or what I'm interpreting, maybe you're not saying it, but because of our federal partners being overly cautious and putting that big box around fires, there is a subsequent loss of resources. I'm just going to say that. I don't know if I'm right or wrong with what you said.
You're correct.
Okay, I
And,
got it.
you know, for fairness, it's about our society, right? It's societal challenges. If I was sitting in a forest supervisor's seat, I would do the same thing. We have seen time and time again, personal liability for decisions made. And that creates a downstream reaction to protect oneself. We all do that naturally. And so it's, yeah, it's not a personal thing at all. It's about how we have treated folks, and it creates a process to create a safe space. At the end of the day, there's a downstream impact that creates safety risks, hazards, and transfer of risk to others. And we need to be able to talk about that openly and own that as a reality.
Just real quick, just in the interest of time, I'm hoping that we can, for this moment, table and let Joy do some retooling of this section based on everything you've talked about already. We'll have a little more time after lunch to actually go through this section again. I do want to give you an opportunity to crosswalk the other sections. The hope is that these are a little more like go a little more quickly, but they may not. So I just want to make sure we don't lose the opportunity for people to raise questions from other sections. We will come back to this, I promise, but let's let her do a little work on it and come back. And just in the spirit of plain language and folks being able to understand what it is that you're saying, I would urge you to be a little plainer in that particular strategy, because as a person who doesn't, I did not actually follow what you were talking about. There was a thing around safety. There's a thing around strategizing kind of a shared risk across the federal and state lines, but there's something in there that I think needs to be a little bit more anchored to what folks can understand and what you're trying to achieve here. Most of this is actually done pretty well, but that one, not so much. Carla?
Yeah, and Mike, you might want to restate that. I think that point is really well taken. I'm going to a meeting here in 2 weeks on electric rates. All completely ties to this conversation. You know, we've all seen electric rates. It'll be a 51% increase in 3 years. And as the people in, you know, Oregon see their housing costs and their electricity rates, you know, go up, they may not tie it right back to wildfire. But you look at the billions and billions of dollars of lawsuits to our utilities, and that's getting spread over ratepayers. And, you know, that's in 2 weeks of discussion. That's an externality that's not even in this discussion. Or the burden to landowners or business owners when they can't get property insurance, because in Central Oregon, you know, some of those insurers have quit insuring. Or when commercial rates are up 30%, directly tied to wildfire. Those are externalities that we're not, you know, factoring into this discussion, and they're real. So, Mike, you might restate what you were saying. I think I got it, but I think it's important that everybody does get that.
I will try. So, transfer of risk occurs in many ways. And so where the challenge is for ODF firefighters is when fire doesn't get initial attacked in an aggressive manner to keep it as small as possible and put it out immediately because of a safety risk. And that fire gets big and comes roaring off of federal land onto private land. That is a transfer of risk, period. The reason that it wasn't initial attacked aggressively is safety. However, there is a spectrum of what translates a safety risk to firefighters. And so the example is, and the big buzzword in the fire world today is overhead hazards. i.e. snags. So if there is a snag location, you don't send firefighters in there because you don't want somebody to get clunked in the head and not survive. And there have been numerous scenarios in which somebody has. So the hands-off approach is to back off and the fire gets very, very large and then creates additional risk for thousands of firefighters once that escapes initial attack and becomes a campaign fire. That's what we're talking about. ODF in a same scenario would go out, yep, overhead hazard, mitigate the hazard, but catch the fire at 5 acres or 10 acres or 100 acres, but don't back off indefinitely. And it's all about approach and mitigating the hazards at the time. And that's a very difficult concept to talk about because you're putting a judgment on somebody else that they are transferring risk to you, making a judgment that somebody else may not do things the way we do it. Consequently, ODF has been judged that we are, quote, cowboy, too aggressive, right? That we don't treat safety as our number one. And I would argue the opposite. By keeping fires small, we reduce risk. And so that's a very difficult one to wrap up into a nice tiny little bow and put in here in a strategy, but it is a very real concern for ODF and the landowners and Oregonians that we serve. It makes our job exceedingly difficult when a fire becomes 60,000 acres and you have an east wind event predicted with a gun barrel toward a community.
Sounds like an ongoing conversation, Mike.
Very
with
much so.
This group. Is it okay if we move on?
I wanted to just add one. Are you saying a strategy to engage with our federal partners about correcting this problem? Is that what the strategy is, kind of?
Is that what the strategy suggested?
Yeah, let me add something to it. I've already breached this topic with the regional forester, and we've had talks about it. You know, there's got to be a recognition that fighting fires is inherently a risky business, but you got to have people who are situationally aware of how to weigh those risks. And, you know, I like Chris Klein, he can go in there and he says, yeah, I see those risks. I will mitigate them. And we won't put people in harm's way. But it's also used as, you know, I've heard this, aren't you concerned about safety? Yeah, we're concerned about safety, but we also have to put out the fire. So it's a tough thing.
And it was a Saturday morning this last year when we about had a fire take out the city of Corvallis water system. And I start getting calls. I call Mike and we call the US Senator. The Oregon firefighters go and put out this fire while the federal firefighters, 66 of them, are standing on a highway choosing not to go in. Well, that happened to save the city of Corvallis's water system because our guys went in on that fire. BLM chooses not to put out burnable fuels on the Deschutes, goes in, burns 82,000 acres in 2.5 days. That's transfer of risk. That's exactly what Mike is talking about. It's not that that terrain was unsafe for us to be on. It's the federal firefighters made a very different choice. And this is an area that I think we need to be pretty bold in, because as we talk about burnable fuels, as we talk about fire mitigation, it's across the board, you know, for protection and safety of all Oregonians.
The tricky part of this is that we don't want to throw our federal partners under the bus. And because no, but I mean, you know, I understand. Oh, sorry, Liz, I jumped in front of you, but I just say they are our partners and we respect them. And on fires, they, you know, we're together. But we do have this one little difference. Yeah, one little difference.
Go ahead, Liz.
You know, I would say one of the things that where Cal is starting, I think is the right place. You know, talking one-on-one, because if you look at the whole federal system, what Mike is talking about, not going into hazard trees, not fighting fire at night, those, and not flying planes at night, although we do that in LA now, are blood laws. They're laws because people have lost their lives. So that's kind of the wall that you're going to be hitting up against. Because when people sue, it's the entire federal government and entities that'll be impacted. So I think Cal's right. I mean, start here locally and with very specific situations about the big box, and maybe some situations that, you know, here's examples where we could have gotten into an area of the big box and done it safely. You know, that's all that I would add to that conversation. But they are blood laws, you know, kind of a gory nickname, but that's what they are.
So we're diving in a little bit into specific strategy, and this is great. And I'm going to lift us up a little bit so we can kind of complete the task of the retreat today. Not to in any way minimize the importance of this conversation. So please, with full respect of what you're talking about, I think it is an ongoing conversation, and it sounds like you're going to need to carve out time in your next cycle of work to work through this, among other things that are new on the plate for this vision. So let's give a little bit of time for Joy just to complete showing you what her crosswalk is and the other sections before we go to lunch.
Thanks, Robin. And don't want to put Sarah on the spot too much. I'll try to say some words to give her time to get centered. So because we've only got Sarah with us till noon for this agenda item, I wanted to highlight, particularly in the resilient forests and resilient communities components of the plan, that we did receive some really good kind of thematic input from Sarah and her team particularly around strategies, but also around things like incorporation of spiritual benefits, values into our discussions throughout of the benefits that forests provide. What I'm hoping Sarah can expound upon a bit for the group is kind of what I felt like was one of the biggest areas we identified, which was ongoing engagement with communities and kind of what they heard from their work as far as the level of interest and type of engagement that folks would like to see.
Thanks, Joy. Is that my cue?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Joy, as I mentioned earlier, when we'd initially presented a draft initial report in January at your meeting, and then in February held those 4 community conversations, 1 on Zoom and 3 more regionally. And had high appreciation from folks about the opportunity to sit with you all and talk in that kind of setting and be in discussion and share stories and experiences. We did get requests for more time, longer time, and more of those kinds of conversations in other regions. We had some limitations based on timeline and budget, as we always do. But I think, as Joyce said, there's an appetite for continuing those conversations going forward. And there are some areas that we've highlighted in the final full report where the board might want to consider doing that and staff might want to consider doing that, particularly when you get to some of the strategies and implementation, and if there are more place-based, regional, local pieces there, as well as some of the larger issues that a lot of people were thinking about, including some of those different safety desires and strategies that people raised, some of which were in conflict with what other people wanted to see for safety. So there's not, complete consensus and agreement on what would help different communities and people feel more safe in Oregon forests, as it probably doesn't surprise you. As well as some of those discussions around wildfire and preparedness and how people are thinking about that too. So those are included in the more full report we just completed and shared with you all as well. And I think there's, we had very enthusiastic participation, I'd say, in this particular project at different points from over the summer when we were doing more on the ground, place-based initial conversations with people, to the fall with statewide surveying, community organizing, and then again in the winter with more of the place-based conversations. So there seemed to be desire and interest in different types of those engagements, but overall, the appreciation for being able to engage in conversation and for people to be able to share their stories and experiences. Joy, any other particular part you wanted me to expound upon, or is that cover it?
So Sarah, maybe touching on, I had to step out for a minute, so I don't know how much, if at all, dug into kind of the broader access.
Oh, no, I didn't, sorry. And along with the safety and the wildfire, the kind of an overall topic that really came out, and we had some questions we asked folks that got at access, but people very much wanted to talk about different approaches to access, feeling like there may be limitations to access depending on communities. Other people wondering about whether there should be limitations, and other people talking about what might be helpful to be able to do more access, or to have more access like they wanted to in different ways. And it's a wide variety of opinions about access and experiences with access and hopes. So it was another place where, given that it might be fertile ground for more engagement, again, particularly if there are more place-based questions about access in particular communities, with particular some of the Oregon State forests that you all manage as well. I'm sorry, there's a fire alarm going past. I hope you can't hear that. So that was another piece that there could be additional engagement around questions of access and strategies to help support the kind of access people would like, while you're also supporting the other goals you have in forests in Oregon.
Thank you so much, Sarah. So questions from board members or exec team folks for Sarah at the moment? Awesome. So looking at page 5 under resilient forests, we've got 2 recommendations on the table around additional strategy areas for inclusion. The first is one that covers partnership, co-stewardship, opportunities with tribes, and opportunities to incorporate tribal ecological practices into ODF management activities. So kind of what I'm looking for is just a thumbs up, thumbs down to mark that for wordsmithing and incorporation. Ben says thumbs up. I've got thumbs up and head nods, so awesome. So the second recommendation, and it's one that we can also leverage within the fire priority area, would be something related to federal forest land management and engagement with federal agency leadership and federal delegation in order to influence. That I think is probably the best way I can contextualize it. So I see a thumbs up from Mr. Wilson.
Do we want to call out Good Neighbor Authority in this, or specifically any strategies? I mean, we don't have it here anywhere.
I was wondering the same thing, Joe, but then does that become prescriptive rather than an overarching? I don't know, right? Because I thought, well, there's that, and then there's CS, there's et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So I don't, and then are we missing some, or I don't?
Yeah, it's definitely one we can incorporate as an example of kind of what various levers we might have to influence things that are outside of our jurisdiction.
Yeah, I'm heads up on both, and just, want to point out that there really is a role for the board there, particularly when it comes with a federal delegation, where the department is pretty limited to how much they can lobby and talk. So we have to clearly understand and agree that that's a responsibility we have.
All right. I think that, yep, that covers all of the recommendations for resilient forests.
Are we going to talk a little bit about the other strategies, or how do you want to do this?
So the other strategies, I don't believe have changed substantively since for a while.
I mean, I just have some I mean, as like I said, I just want to point out some stuff that we've talked about, and I just want to get some perspective from folks on some of these strategies. The first one where we talk about promoting ecological forestry principles, which I agree with, complexity components. We go on to say very specific, detail, extended rotations, increased retention of large legacy structure, live trees during harvesting activities. I know we haven't really talked about this strategy much. I just got to thinking about this. Why do we go quite to that level on that strategy? I mean, do we say enough by stopping at stand densities, a wide range of stand densities? I'm just asking the question. That's very specific. We dove into very specific. There's lots of forestry principles that promote forest complexity. We've chosen to highlight certain ones. Food for thought.
And I see Liz's hand up. You're muted, Liz.
I had two comments, one that is an older one and one to speak to what we're talking about now. So my first comment, when we went back to not naming all the federal entities, I just wondered if we would just say the Federal Forest Restoration Program that at least gives us a connection to all of them. I thought just offer that. And then for Joe, I think that I could wait and put the specifics in a more focused document later on, is just my sense.
So one of the things on my mind in this section is we have just had a massive effort between the private and the environmental community. And on the private forest accord, and about 1 million acres of private forest acreage has moved into, conservation. And so any additional burden or request or change as it would relate to private lands, I think we really want to be very thoughtful before we put it in this document. Again, and I would agree with Bob Van Dyke on this, we don't want any new measures that would terminate the private forest accord. And we want real focus on getting that thing across the goal line. So I just think as I read through this section, I would just be supersized careful on what lands in here that would add 1 ounce of new regulation or burden on the privates in light of that negotiation that just occurred.
Following up on a couple comments. One, Joe, you're right. It is quite prescriptive. I think I think those are really good examples, but it does get a little in the weeds. And to Carla's point, I hear you very much, and I think I don't really see in these 2 pages here much about conservation. It's really about strengthening our forests. And so I'm very aware of more regulation, but I think a lot of the thrust, at least what I was trying to do when we were working on this, was talk about how do we make our forest stronger, as opposed to how do we make it harder.
I specifically asked on my way up the freeway this morning, the legal line on this with the private forest accord. And I would just put everybody on very, not everybody's happy out there, Ben. There's a lot of very unhappy people out there because of new and recent regulations. So I would just be very careful that there's nothing in this section that would tip the private forest.
Are you talking about the bullet, adopt new and revise existing Oregon administrative rules pertaining to that particular bullet? I mean,
I'm just talking about any new regulation to the privates. And I would go back and look at just the legal, I would go back and look at the legal language associated. It's not any one thing, it's just in general.
I guess, Carla, my only reaction to that is I understand. I don't disagree. I just also don't see a whole lot of threats. And I see a lot of support both in the department and the board in terms of trying to make the private forest accord as is successful. So maybe we could put some words to all of that, but I just see it as given.
Yeah, well, just as a process point, I will point out, and I see you, Liz, in just a second, that there's a conversation about crosswalking various strategies and elements of implementation things, including the private forest accords, but also other work that the department is responsible for implementing, 20-year strategy, HCPs, all of the things that kind of also guide and direct your work. And I know, Joy, you were going to spend a little time at the end just talking about kind of that process and showing really how these linkages occur and maybe even the hierarchy of those things. So I just want to acknowledge that that's been part of your conversation ongoing as well. And my anticipation is that you all, Cal, and your team will be kind of making those clear linkages along the way. And maybe that's one of those points of communication that's going to be really important to Joe's point earlier in the conversation. Go ahead, Liz.
The only word that I would say is cumulative impacts. And so, I think with Carla and everyone, when we're talking about all these previous things that have been done in the past and have just happened, I just think that to me, it's just this awareness, peripheral vision around cumulative impacts.
I was gonna, maybe I'm off base here, but is there an opportunity for the private forest accord to be mentioned in a call out box? Just a short paragraph on it and the importance of the agreement, that so on, and the need to get it across the line.
So there's not a call out box for it currently. We could probably add one, or well, or at least linked to it. I think the challenge will be that it'll be fully implemented before this plan sunsets and gets replaced by something else. Fingers crossed. Josh?
And only reason I'm worried is because of budget, but, can you put it in another call out? You know, add a paragraph.
I will look through and see.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think bullets number 1 and maybe 4, if I'm counting right, could perhaps be put together and generalized a bit more. For instance, under bullet 1, if you just cut off the first comma, you've said most of what you want to say without all the examples. I will say that when I first drafted most of these strategies, and they've been heavily edited since, and thanks to Josh for putting some of them in the right box, what it was really meant to do is take the sort of like existing opportunities that the board has, either through administrative rules or through stewardship agreements or through some of these other programmatic things that they could bring to bear, or regulatory things to incentivize. And so that's really where the focus of this was supposed to be, was opportunities to incentivize these types of things versus piling on, just piling on additional regulation, just to be clear.
So, Mike, if we were in looking at this, considering if we do go with cutting down the first one, could we combine that first one with the adopt and revise and just focus on promoting and incentivizing ecological forestry principles that further forest complexity, period?
So in my mind, I would say yes, like from the original intent, but I would check with the author of that first bullet and make sure we're not missing something there.
I will put it as a suggestion for the subcommittee.
Thanks.
So we're about 3 minutes out from lunch. So hopefully that is the motivating factor to get through at least resilient communities. Because there's only 2 recommendations. One is around addition of an environmental justice strategy that references more than just access to forests, a broader environmental justice concept. General thumbs up, thumbs down for further development? Okay. And then coming out of the community engagement work, incorporation of culturally specific and appropriate as descriptors into strategies about educating and engaging communities. Really just the acknowledgement that every community is going to need something a little bit different, and the commitment to consider that, be mindful of it, and strive to communicate with them in ways that work. 2 thumbs from Ben. We'll be revisiting fire after lunch. We didn't. Yes. Yes.
One quick thing on strategy, Joy. If you look at what we just spent an hour talking about on wildfire, you don't see the word mitigation anywhere on this strategy page. So I would think about the last hour of what we've talked about and incorporate that stronger in the strategy section.
And Carla, for the resilient communities component. So, and this is one that might need, that will likely need more discussion later as we relook at the fire one, is our work is very integrated. So figuring out where we want to highlight certain strategies versus repeating them across priority areas, and kind of where should we emphasize them the most to underscore that connection between this action and this big priority, understanding that it probably fits. I mean, I'd say mitigation probably fits in like 3 or 4 of our priority areas. So just for some easy thinking over lunch. Perhaps another call out box.
So I think we're gonna take a break for lunch. We'll come back with those two sections that got the most conversation attention today with some revisions. So we'll spend a good chunk of our last hour together on this topic to do that. And I think there's one more, is there one more goal that we haven't looked at?
Yes, it's the organizational excellence one, and that's one where if the board members are comfortable with ET picking up the heavy lift on powering through those, since they're all directly tied to agency operations.
Okay. Liz, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'm gonna get kicked out of my room right now, and so I'm gonna leave you and thank you for letting me zoom in this morning. And I'm heading 8 hours to Medford right after this. So good luck with your with all your work this afternoon. Thank you.
Safe drive.
Thank you
Safe
for being here.
travels.
Safe
Thanks for
travels.
joining.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. So we'll be back at 1 o'clock? Yeah, we'll be back and resuming at 1 o'clock. Thanks. All right, I will, I guess, bring us back into the meeting. So Joy's doing some printing new drafts of those two sections that we talked about. We left off before lunch. So I hope you all had a nice break. Got a little vitamin D intake outside and ready to have one more hour of conversation. We only get one more hour with you on this topic, so we'll make the best use of our time, hopefully. And we'll want to reserve a little time within that hour to talk about what the next steps are and kind of making sure that we're clear understanding and direction for us, next step, for Joy, next step, and potentially a one more stopover with the subcommittee. She says with a smile. All right, I'm trying to go slowly so we can get these drafts, but I guess while we're waiting to kind of dive back into the content, any general reflections from folks based on the conversation you had this morning that are maybe top of mind for you, or things that you were thinking about over the lunch hour that you want to just kind of put back on the table? All right, well, that was my test to all of you of where we are at in the scale of the food coma. I think we're deep, deep in it. So Ben's always good. You're always good sport, Ben.
There we go. Since Robin, you asked the open-ended question, I have a open-ended thoughts about this documents. And a question for me that I would be really interested to sort of hear Cal and his team talk about a little bit, if we have time today, is who the audience is for this document and where it goes from here. Because, or how it will be used. Because I think that's something we as a subcommittee have been talking about a lot, and I'm really sort of curious as we finish this, always continue to think about who the audience is.
Do you want to remind us of where, kind of what the frame, the lens that the subcommittee's been putting on this?
Yeah, thank you. So I think in the subcommittee, we were really thinking of sort of two primary audiences. And one was sort of an internal audience, which was the departments. And hopefully this would be sort of a tool for staff in the department to know that they were working towards a common goal. And then an external audience, which is pretty wide. The legislature and other partner agencies were a big part of that audience, but also the general public is sort of, again, for the department and board to be able to put a marker out there of this is what we think. And hopefully this can help guide policy beyond our own reach. So that was sort of a broad brush of how the subcommittee was thinking about it. But I think that's worth just continuing to keep in the back of our minds as we keep working on this document.
All right, so, last minute delivery to everybody, are some markups to the mission and values portions based on discussions earlier. And the second page is the living with fire to be determined title area. So looking at the one that has the mission and values, provided the group with some rough options, A through D, that would incorporate, some of them incorporate they all incorporate the communities reference. They all still include resilience. Some use some different words or structures to get there. Do any of those options hit closer to the mark? I won't say perfectly hit the mark.
I like C.
Sure, call that me. I like A and B. If we went with D, we would need to say provide benefits to all Oregonians. I think those would be my two picks. I think it's important that we say promote instead of foster. It's more active and more forward-looking, and foster sort of sounds like we're helping other people do something, or promote sounds like we are doing something.
And also just for style points, that one has alliteration, so.
I actually like the original one. It's super simple. Like it's super clear and simple and not overly verbose. Just opinion.
All right, you were brave, Mike. I second that. I just wasn't brave enough to come out and say it to begin with. If I were going to choose, though, out of the new iterations, I was thinking A. Because it's simpler than potentially B, C, or D. Simple works for me.
Yep. I concur with that. If I were to choose between A, B, C, and D, the only thought I had and why I stuck with the original is I think so communities isn't necessarily a forestry thing. We talk about it in the wildfire, protecting communities. But when we're talking about a shared mission for the Oregon Department of Forestry, to me, I limited it to forestry. We provide community discussion in our wildfire piece. And so for me, just felt a little bit like we're, the pancake batter spreading out on the griddle a little bit there. And so that was just my opinion.
Well, I feel like there's a nexus even beyond fire to me, really. I mean, the other divisions, the programmatic work that we're doing, are for the benefit of all Oregonians and the communities that we serve and that we live in and that we recreate in. And so I
Hey,
like
Mike, what about the urban community forestry program? That's a community-based urban.
You're absolutely right. And when we say to protect and promote resilient forests that benefit all Oregonians, that's urban and community forestry, that's industrial forestry, that's communities, that's every component of forestry, in, again, my humble opinion.
So I'm with number A or the original too, so.
All right. I'm with Mike and Chris. I'm with you guys. Following their lead, the original, yeah.
I'm going to say I'm with B because of the urgency discussion. Wildfire.
I was the one that brought up communities. I mean, I think the original is fine. I mean, I get Jim's point. I like the succinctness of it. It is inclusive to all Oregonians. I think it's been a good conversation, but I can certainly live with the original.
Okay, let's look at the other changes, because I think we could spend a lot of time on this, but I don't know that we need to. So Joy, you added the forestry infrastructure. Let's look at that. Can we just look at that? Because that's a new substantive piece. So down below under the shared values, maybe read it.
Sure.
So folks can follow along.
Yes, we're also working on getting some pronounce for our audience. So draft language is, we value the vital role of the forest product sector, including its workforce and infrastructure in supporting healthy ecosystems and resilient forests and communities.
Abject, the word value, I think we need to put in there that it's vital, necessary. That's just a little too loose on the language. We value a lot of things that we don't do much support, and I think we just need to have more clear language.
Right, but that's kind of the theme on these I mean, we say that in every value this, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, that's why Joy put that there.
And on the wordsmithing side, we could look at how to remove the
Value,
value.
yeah. I think, there's a difference between valuing a holistic approach versus just stating clearly that the infrastructure is vital.
So is it meeting the intent of the recommendation?
Yeah, no, I think it does. It meets my intent, what I brought forward. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Carla, you had also brought up that need for the broader recognition for the sector and that infrastructure. Does this kind of, it's in the ballpark? Yes.
One more thought
Sure.
on this, and sorry to be keep causing challenges to all of this, but I sort of alluded to it earlier, but we didn't get very far. And I'm wondering, as I'm thinking about this again, when I think of forest values, I think of things that the forest provides to us. And timber is a big one, the biggest one. The one we value the most, we actually pay for. That's the only one of the forest values that has a dollar sign attached to it. And, we talk about ecosystem services and in so many words and these things, but I'm just, where do we talk about what the timber that the forest provides to Oregon and the world?
So Ben, in the original text for the healthy ecosystems, we had timber called out along with a whole bunch of other items. The red strike through content would just be a suggestion to tighten those up so we don't end up with 3 pages of text on the things we value. But conceptually, it would be included under those broad benefits of a healthy functioning ecosystem.
So when you struck those texts, I wasn't really clear on that either as I read this. I didn't think we talked about changing healthy ecosystems. Are you trying to shrink the document?
So just trying to tighten that portion up, since when I originally drafted it, the effort was to include as many as possible of the, 3 dozen different specific forest values that came up in those discussions. And then realized that if we're just kind of having a section of those shared values, that tightening them up so they don't become like a document in and of themselves of every single thing we can think of as far as a benefit or a value. But that's just for the group's consideration. If we feel like we need to keep that additional context, we absolutely can.
I think you do. I think to Ben's point, timber has to be, I think it needs to be called out. The forest value or centric value.
It's probably okay to call it out under for healthy ecosystems, but there's a couple key things there that really should be highlighted, I think, that aren't, it isn't obvious just in healthy ecosystems, the value benefits provided by healthy functioning ecosystems. Like that's a big thing. It can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I think calling out a couple things in there like timber, carbon, water would probably be good.
So for Ben and Joe, do we feel like we could get more in that realm if we were to preface the benefits with something like our usual economic, social, environmental context?
Like how you called out, forestry, infrastructure, it's one of our 4 leading industries in the state. And so I like how you called that out. I always think less is more in a document like this, really do. But I kind of like how you have it.
So
We can,
Do we want to pawn this off? on the
we will
subcommittee?
we will just continue to go round and round. So we may just say, did you get the elements in there that were missing? It sounds like yes. There's not a lot of resistance to keeping the mission as is. If the subcommittee feels like compelled to make it an alternative, but honestly, you had votes for every single one, A, B, C, D. So my guess is that keeping it as is may be okay. One thing I would just, Ben, you were talking about the various audiences. It's one thing to consider is, when you're thinking across these audiences, always think about who maybe is the least inside the conversation that will read this and say, I'm trying to understand what your vision is. What's going to be helpful to that reader? And so you have to think outside of this group, you have to kind of go some layers out to communities that just aren't actively involved in helping you negotiate the space, but are really impacted by what you're doing. So that would be a lens I would just encourage you to put on, whether that means less is more or more is less. But that might be a way for you to gauge and do a little bit of a filter there. Anything else from this?
So on the back, did try to bump safety up to Jim's recommendation. We might still bump it up even further in the design process of just kind of where we get all of this content to fit while still keeping it up in that top portion of the list. And then to Joe's comment about communication, I took a stab at incorporating that into relationships because I think that's kind of where the rubber meets the road as far as communications, kind of to your opening comments about the EOFPA meeting of how vital that is in building and repairing. Okay, good stuff. So moving on to priority previously known as living with fire, potentially. So just threw several options in there based on what folks brought up in the discussions. Do any of these feel like they fit better? Or is living with fire still kind of the encapsulation of what this whole area discusses?
I like addressing the wildfire crisis. I think that's action oriented. It is a crisis. There's more to come. What we're doing, I like it.
I'll second that.
I'm fine with that. I would also be fine with C, but A is totally workable.
Yeah, if you want to be bold, there it is. I mean,
And it does create a boldness opportunity for the subcommittee in looking at the other priority area titles and making them action oriented to match.
And Liz suggested addressing, so she'll be happy.
And then the last wordsmithing incorporation I attempted was around the goal for this priority area. So there's 3 options there. Just making sure none of them bundled up together. So the second The second two kind of focused, last two, focus on trying to put the, what is our bold action we're trying to get across the finish line up front. And also acknowledging while we're doing that, we still need to protect Oregonians, communities, and natural resources. That won't let, to Mike Shaw's comment about not being able to suppress our way out of this, we do still have to highlight that, until we get this work on the ground, we still have to suppress things.
My first comment would be going back to, Ben was, and what we're talking about in terms of people who are reading this who aren't insiders. And I would say that would argue to eliminate A and C. I'm not sure a lot of folks would understand natural ecosystems, processes, or necessarily what we mean by healthy fire ecology. So I'm just arguing for whatever we do to keep the language simple.
I would, following on Jim's comments, I like B, but I would modify it. I would just say increase the pace and scale of resiliency and adaptation work in Oregon's forests. Because I think to promote the increased pace and scale, we can just say we're going to increase it. We want to, and I wouldn't use the word restore because we're not putting it back to something that it was. We're putting it to something that it will be in the future.
I like what Ben is saying. B was mine, but I think the way Ben is editing is smart. Yeah, and restore is the wrong thing to say.
I honestly like A. I think when a lot of people read scale of resiliency, without any, context to, or more context to wildfire work, some might say that, well, that's a 45-year rotation. Some might say that's a 90-year rotation. That word can send you a lot of different directions. And what I like about A is its action. It is, action oriented. And where B is just a little fuzzier to me, or a lot fuzzier.
I liked B as much any of it because it talked about the urgency that we talked about because it addresses pace and scale. And I agreed with the stuff that Ben said with some wordsmithing. Yeah, that's where I would.
Would it, Carla, to your point, would B work better for you if we change resiliency and adaptation to something like mitigation?
Yeah, if we put some of the.
Because I think that resiliency and adaptation are kind of squishy in this context.
Yeah.
And I think saying mitigation, or there might be another word that would be stronger there.
Well, the 4 words I like in A are prevention, suppression, management, and mitigation. So those are action words.
Yeah.
And if you put those in B and got rid of the squishy ones, great.
Yeah, I think we are getting closer. I do think suppression should be in there.
I agree. No, yeah, I really like having pace and scale on that. I generally like B. I think I agree. If we can put some of those words into B. I agree.
I kind of wonder if we can just take so a lot of the key elements of A are already in the existing goal. We can focus in on just adding in to the existing goal part of B about increased pace and scale of restoration work or whatever. Kind of come up with that. It seems like there's a desire for both things.
So if you don't mind, I kind of did some wordsmithing with all three. And I don't know if this captures all of it, but protect Oregon's communities and natural resources, increasing pace and scale of resiliency to mitigate, prevent, suppress, and manage Oregon ecosystems and forests. A little wordy, but it's kind of a combination of all three. Yeah.
So the subcommittee will have lots of options.
We're real close.
I think what we're hearing is people like the pace and scale language, but it's around your actual activities. You want to include like, it's the activities that you're increasing pace and scale of. And that protecting Oregon's communities and natural resources is the reason. So we want to put those together. So it may be a combination of the current, existing, and a little bit of A and B. Does that sound right? And we'll just mash it up so that it makes sense and sounds good. Okay. Nice work. Good job. Yeah. All right. And then we have a context comment and a strategy comment in here. Do you want to speak to those? Thanks, Wendy. Thank you for doing that.
So those are from the earlier draft. Yep. So we managed to power through all the revised language, leaving actually a pretty small and manageable closeout body of work for the subcommittee. I like it. Just give up.
All right. Yeah, Carla.
Well, first I'd like to thank the subcommittee, but I'd like to also, because this was a lot of work, but I'd like to also ask them if they feel the board did the job today in clarifying the disagreements that y'all had.
I mean, unfortunately, we have one subcommittee member not here, and so I can't speak for her. But, and so, I don't know, you know.
No, thanks for the question, and I think this was really constructive. I mean, I think we got a lot out, and the document is better for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think both the discussions here today shows it's really hard to come up with language that's broad enough to accommodate a wide variety of values and potential directions. But I think we've stayed in a place where we can still accomplish that, and we haven't built a box where we're too narrowly defined.
Yeah, I think, obviously, the complexity is there, and if it was easy, we would have been done about a year ago. And so it's going to take time to work through those, but it's important to have those dialogue and those discussions. And I think the feedback that we get when the whole Board of Forestry is together and then going back into the subcommittee really gives us a good framework to work with and try to keep our minds in that context of what we're looking for, and recognizing it's not going to be perfect, but today was a great example of trying to codify that into something that we could work so that not only the agency and the board understands the document, but also the folks out in the field, our employees and the citizens of Oregon at the end of the day, so we can show them what our strategy is.
Reflecting, right? Yeah. No. Yeah, I think this was a good session, and we got some good clarification through both ET and the board. So good. So next steps, the need for some final wordsmithing and other adjustments through the subcommittee. It means, unfortunately, the placeholder meeting we had for May will be an actual
subcommittee meeting. My goal is the final 2 days of this week to incorporate all the stuff we agreed upon and just kind of put some notations throughout an updated draft so we can push that out for public comment. For a few weeks of public comment, giving us enough time to recap that for the board in a summary document before the June meeting. June is also when we will submit kind of the streamlined, hey, department strategic plan, checking the box and making sure that we've got that one all taken care of. Then really the next step will be, what does implementation look like? And that's going to be a big lift. So kind of having those discussions internally of how do we make sure that this doesn't just end up on a shelf gathering dust, that it actually goes into effect. So that's kind of the phase 2 of this body of work.
Just a question about some of the more immediate steps that were asked for clarification earlier today about what are the next stops along the way to get to your June board meeting. And you had a nice visual that folks can see in the packet of like a timeline and then a little bit of a crosswalking. Yes. Might want to just point those out as well.
So unfortunately, I did not include the now very short-term timeline, but essentially getting to June is get it out for public comment, collect those public comments, subcommittee refinements. My team will be working on kind of design of the final product and putting all of that together into a nice package with a pretty little bow on it. So that way what comes to the board in June is final and beautiful and ready to share and embrace with everyone. And yeah, that we're like 6.5 weeks out from that. So that's the very kind of short term. And to Robin's note about kind of what I'm calling Appendix B for now. It's the very last page of your packets, I believe. Oh, no, sorry, it's 18. So, yes. So in talking about kind of what does operationalizing look like, one of the biggest conversations that have come up internally is, well, we have all of these other plans, or we need these other plans, and how does all of that intersect with Vision for Oregon's Forests? So I tried to kind of chart that out with essentially the board and the executive team driving the content of Vision for Oregon's Forests. And then that vision is what drives the kind of tactical action plans. But those plans are also informed by 20-year strategy, our DEI and affirmative action plans, employee engagement action plans, the climate change and carbon plan, our forest action plan. So a whole lot of other things informing the tactics, but still the driving force is the vision for Oregon's forests. So it's how do the components of these plans intersect with achieving the goals for the vision for Oregon's forests. There's also a little side box that has 4 plans in it that are all informed by the vision for Oregon's forests. So it's going to strongly influence what those ultimately look like. So like our agency communication strategy that we haven't had for decades, it's kind of that high level view of how do we talk about our mission, vision, values? How do we educate people? How do we communicate with people to fulfill what we've laid out in the vision? Or a great upcoming example is our biennial budget. There's a requirement that we articulate in our narrative how our biennial budget supports our implementation of our strategic plan. So there's a lot of intersection points ultimately, and I think I've mentioned to this group before, there's a ton of work on the front end in this kind of process, but ultimately it's how we get to a place where we have this singular driving document, so that everybody's aligned, moving forward, and able to be proactive and forward-looking rather than just responsive to what comes at us. It gives us that ability to kind of guide our destiny a lot more than without any sort of shared cohesive plan. Not sure if that helps.
Good.
I'll have to watch the recording later and
Unless there's more content wise, we might just kind of close out this for the day and plan on checking in with the subcommittee and then being back with y'all in June with a updated draft along the way. Any closing thoughts from our subcommittee or board chair or state forester at this time before we transition? Or anybody else that's sitting around the table? Mike Shaw has something to say.
I think Carlos said it earlier, and I want to reiterate, thanks to the subgroup and really the whole board for your work on this. This has been a really long and arduous process, and I think we all encountered a little of that today. When you put 15 people around a table and start wordsmithing, it's arduous. And so lots of kudos to the folks who have endured the duration of it and the work that they put in and the dedication to get us to where we are, because it is meaningful. So thanks.
Well, I want to thank everyone involved with this, but this is the second big project that's taken us a long time to get to. First one being the board policy manual, which I know is boring, but there's a lot of excited people about that. And then we're having a strategic plan. I really think with the elements we have in this and the involvement by the board and the department, this is going to be a little bit unique compared to other strategic plans in the state agencies. So thank you for pulling this off.
You know, it's a funny thing to say on a day, the rare day where we're together and three of us are missing. But I continue to be just amazed by the commitment of the board. So, you know, as volunteers, this, as we all well know, this role involves a lot of time. And then for those of you who are on this committee, wow, you've really put in the hours. And so I just want to show my appreciation and impressed with my fellow board members and their willingness to do this important work. And I think, you know, it's also just an amazing accomplishment. It's never been done before to do this whole process in conjunction with the department executive team. And so thank all of you. I think we've come on to you know, a better way of doing this, and I hope it's what's repeated in the future.
All right, well, thank you all, and look forward to the next step. I think, I don't know if we want to take a break at this point. There's another agenda item, so defer to the leaders of the meeting to transition us. But thank you so much for your time and energy and all of this work, and I just love hanging out with y'all, and it has been a good process, and it's been a real sign of commitment that I've been just continuously impressed with as well. So ditto a lot of the comments that were just made.
I think our folks are here for the last presentation of the day. So my suggestion, if I'm right about that, is that we just take a quick 10-minute break and start in instead of at 2 o'clock at 10 till, and maybe we get out of here a few minutes early. All right, with that, we're on break. Mike Wilson, you're leading us the next
All right,
agenda
thank
item
you.
here.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Mike.
Good afternoon, everyone. So now shifting gears just a little bit, I wanted to introduce the next item. This board has received reports out from the State Forest Trust of Oregon before, but I think it's been a little while. And I think there's an interesting nexus here between the trust work, OKT's outreach, and just sort of notable points of engagement that we have. A key point, a good partner in helping engage Oregonians about their forests. So just as a little bit of a reminder, we started out many years ago with the building of the Tillamook Forest Center, and we had the Tillamook Forest Heritage Trust. And the name has changed to the State Forest Trust of Oregon, as the mission has, I think, broadened a bit, at least in terms of its focal point. The Tillamook Forest Center was, one thing that was built, and it's been going, it's still there. And it's, the central point of our education and interpretation program. But then a few years ago, we realized, okay, we need to think about stretching out too, because while it's great to have a nice facility, it also draws everything in. But we have a recreation infrastructure beyond that, and we know that it's a key engagement piece for us and the rest of all Oregonians. I just really want to introduce the three folks that will be presenting to you today. In order here, not in order of presentation, but in order of sitting to my left. Kelly Lau, she's the current Executive Director of the State Forest Trust of Oregon. Lori Weigel, she is a former Executive Director in the interim, and Laura Fredrickson, who is our Recreation Education Interpretation Manager. So I wanted to mention, I'm sure Kelly will probably go over this as well, but Lori has served with us in various capacities over the years. She started out as an Intel Encore fellow, helping us out, and also was a volunteer in 2020, 2021. And when we had our previous executive director move on, she really helped fill in from most of 2022, right, on contract. And I want to say she didn't just hold down a seat. She really helped start moving the trust forward. So Kelly will talk more about this. Lori will talk more about this. But, the board has changed and matured recently, and I'm really excited about it. I think their progress is tremendous and really sets us up well for the future. But I just wanted to mention Lori's history, and now she is a trustee herself. So we're very happy to have her on the board. So without further ado, then I will turn it over. I think Laura's going to go first and talk a little bit about our REI strategic plan and as a lead in to how we work with the trust.
Thanks, Mike. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly and members of the Board of Forestry and executive team. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today and provide you with some brief updates on the Recreation, Education, and Interpretation Program. I'm just waiting for the presentation to catch up. Super, thank you. As Mike mentioned, my name is Laura Fredrickson, and I serve as the Recreation, Education, and Interpretation Program Manager. Internally, we refer to our program as the REI program, but we don't sell outdoor equipment. It's just a little bit confusing. I'd like to start today by revisiting greatest permanent value, as that is our overarching statute that governs our work within the State Forest Division. The reason I call attention to this today is that the REI program provides State Forest visitors with countless benefits, including spiritual benefits, social benefits, such as opportunities to recreate in and learn about state forests. Additionally, we are just starting to get a pulse on the economic benefits derived from recreational activities in communities adjacent to state forest lands. Next slide, please. In brief, the REI program became unified as one program in 2020, meaning all things related to recreation, education, and interpretation came under one organizational umbrella, rather than being managed by each individual district. This was the result of the State Forest workforce futuring. Largely, this was done to attain operational efficiencies across the landscape, while also standardizing field operations. The REI program provides diverse opportunities for outdoor recreation on state forests, including camping, mountain biking, OHV use, target shooting, river access, and ample opportunities for hunting, fishing, and foraging. Additionally, the REI program includes oversight of the Tillamook Forest Center, which Mike has already mentioned, which largely acts as a visitor services hub, offering educational and interpretive programming while also providing information to visitors where they find recreation opportunities. That said, the Forest Center is a platform to help educate visitors more broadly about forests and forestry, fire prevention, and general agency work. Lastly, I'd like to call out the longstanding relationship we have with the State Forest Trust of Oregon, the supporting nonprofit that explicitly benefits the program, which you will hear about momentarily. Next slide, please. Here are a few photos that highlight the diversity of opportunities available to the public on state forest lands and at the Tillamook Forest Center. Next slide, please. I'd like to briefly highlight some of our recent accomplishments, which include the completion of a strategic plan, programmatic strategic plan, deeper integration with other forest disciplines, particularly around forest operations and centralized planning. And lastly, continuing to refine this collaborative relationship we have with the State Forests Trust of Oregon. Next slide, please. Considering the Board of Forestry and the agency as a whole, and you all spent the time talking about it this morning and into the afternoon, is confirming its strategic plan, A Vision for Oregon's Forest. It is timely that I bring the mission and vision of the REI program before this body. Not surprisingly, we recently learned from Oregon's Kitchen Table, who assisted in the public outreach efforts around the agency strategic plan, is that a large majority of folks access state forests for recreational purposes, which aligns well with the REI program's mission and vision. Next slide, please. Rather than read verbatim the 6 strategic goals that coalesce from the planning process, which I will mention, was championed by Oregon Consensus, and actually Robin was the one who led us through our own strategic planning process. I will attempt to summarize these goals and add a bit more context. Goal number 1, with a new FMP on the horizon, there will be a need to expand all exhibitry and programming to reflect new policy changes associated with the Habitat Conservation Plan and the new Forest Management Plan. Additionally, as Mike has already alluded to, we have the goal of expanding our interpretation and education services and programming across the state forest system. Largely right now, as Mike mentioned, it's focused at the Tillamook Forest Center. Another goal is to continue to work with State Forest Trust to develop durable funding resources such as grants, fundraising activities, corporate licensing agreements, et cetera, that would help stabilize the program's operational and programmatic financial need. A third goal is through various community engagements is to increase the public's understanding about what state forests are, and secondarily, the benefits provided by the REI program. This certainly would increase our public license to manage state forests and advance general understanding about forestry and active forest management. Over time, this would translate into support and advocacy for the REI program and the agency writ large. Next slide, please. More specific to the REI program is to develop a unified identity, if you will, for the program and to build that story or narrative into all public-facing communications and engagements. In short, you could say to start marketing the REI program. Goal number 5 is essentially geared toward retrofitting and updating the existing infrastructure we have on the ground to reflect the changing demographics of those involved in outdoor recreation and educational pursuits on state forests. For example, most of the signage at recreational facilities in the Forest Center are still in English only. There is a distinct need to update the signage to include Spanish at the very least. This is but one example of many in terms of our need to update and retrofit to meet those who are coming to the forests. And lastly, our last and final goal is to develop a more comprehensive research initiative to help us better understand current use levels, visitor preferences, and economic benefits associated with state forest recreation. This type of information is vital in making future sound management decisions, in addition to strengthening grant applications and really helping us build a case for support. Next slide, please. I'd like to close out my portion of the presentation by touching briefly on what I would consider to be current relevant trends in the field of outdoor recreation management across the state. These are trends that were teased out from a recent state comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, otherwise known as the SCORP, completed every 4 years under a partnership between Oregon Parks and Recreation Department and researchers at Oregon State University. These trends, although extrapolated from a recent SCORP document, definitely hold true for ODF managed outdoor recreation spaces as well. With the advent of the pandemic in 2020, when the primary recommendation was to get outdoors to keep safe, we have continued to see high visitation on state forests. Heaviest hit are those areas closest to urban centers. For example, the Tillamook State Forest is within an easy 30 to 40-minute drive of Portland, and Santiam State Forest is in a relatively short drive from Salem. Visitors are coming from diverse backgrounds and seeking diverse opportunities for recreation, especially first-time users. People, especially those from BIPOC communities, are certainly looking for safe and welcoming spaces. As was mentioned earlier, there is a notion around access as well. Lastly, one of the common trends that we see across the state for those who manage for outdoor recreation is the increased maintenance needs, lack of capacity and funding to adequately address these, hence underscoring the importance of the partnership that we have with the State Forest Trust of Oregon. That's the end of my portion of this presentation. I'll now turn it over to Lori Weigel. If you have any questions for me, let's hold those to the end. I'd be happy to answer. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester, and ODF staff. My name is Lori Weigel, and I'm a trustee with the State Forest Trust of Oregon. We really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today, and we'd like to cover 3 things about the trust. One is to give you some insight into our constituents, namely our donors, the people who volunteer in the state forest, mostly around recreation, but also interpretation, as well as some of our community groups or organized groups that participate on the forest. You can go to the next slide, please. So many of you are already familiar with the trust, but we thought it might be good to start with a little bit of a level set since not everyone was here when Sean visited the last time. So as Mike mentioned, the trust was originally established so that we could raise funds to build the Tillamook Forest Center. And that was in 1999, and it was quite successful. Raised a lot of money and have been able to evolve the Forest Center since then. What ended up happening, though, is as time went on, we had other interests develop, and in particular, we had a couple of requests that were made toward recreation activities. And so we deliberately expanded the charter in 2016 to include recreation. And again, that was courtesy of a couple of bequests. And we still have some of that money. We're working toward the right projects to spend it on. The trust, through its fundraising, brings in about $40,000 a year in donations. And roughly 140 donors account for that. But we have a database. We have a really nice nonprofit database that has 2,000 names in it. So we actually have quite a lot of potential to tap into more donors as we have the right projects that they would want to support. So that's something that's important. The other thing that's important to remember about the trust is it's run by one half-time person. We also have a very active board of trustees, and it's becoming more and more of a working board, but it's a small amount of resource that goes into running the trust. Another thing that's I think important to remember about the trust. So first of all, it is a mechanism for people to contribute money to something they really care about in terms of state forests. The other thing is the trust has the ability to be a little bit more agile than a state agency can be. And that can be important when we're trying to get something done quickly. We need to form a partnership. Even procurement can be a little bit simpler if we're working through the trust. So that's another benefit that we can provide. You can go to the next slide. The way that people give to the trust is we have 4 different funds that they contribute to or can contribute to. And those map to 2 of the areas that I've talked about already, the Tillamook Forest Center and recreation. A third one is something that we established after the 2020 wildfires, which was a wildfire restoration fund focused on rehabilitating recreation areas. So not just broad reforestation, but really, again, focused on the mission of Laura's organization. And you can see the breakdown in terms of how many donors contribute to each of these and what percent of the funds. The fourth way that they can contribute, and quite honestly, the way we prefer they contribute, is to contribute to the general fund. Because the others literally go into separate bank accounts and they can only be spent on what the donor designated them for. I mean, that's just good nonprofit practice. But the general funds, the board has more discretion in terms of how we would spend those. And we've seen gradually over time the contributions to the general fund become a bigger part of what people contribute. The reason that we created this slide originally was we wanted to really think a little bit more about why people are giving, what do they really care about. And it turns out for the 3 funds, they really have different things that they want to see happen. There's some overlap, but there's also some differences, and that's really important to us in terms of how we relate to those constituents and continue to work with them. There's a huge piece of our donor base, well, it's 40% of the donors that are very attached to the Tillamook Forest Center, which is, you would expect that given that that's the legacy of the organization. What you wouldn't necessarily expect is the sort of level of emotion and nostalgia that they feel about the Forest Center. Their father's name's on the wall, or they remember an uncle planting trees, or maybe they even planted trees after the Tillamook burn. And so there's a really, really strong emotional connection, and something I think that is across all of these, actually, a really strong asset for state forests, that we have these people who care so much about what we do. And we can go to the next slide. Just to wrap up from my perspective, you've already heard from the Oregon Kitchen Table exercise that recreation is a really important way that people relate to state forests. So we're proud to be part of that. And it's not just the dollars that they contribute through the trust, but it's more importantly the hours that people volunteer to build trails, to create trails even, and map out new spaces and activities. We also hear from the donors in the business community. An example is Epps in Portland, that they really value state forests being so close because it helps them attract employees. One of the main reasons that people will take a job in Oregon versus another place is the opportunity for really wonderful outdoor recreation and outdoor spaces. And of course, there's also a really strong health benefit. So with that as a preamble, I'll turn it over to Kelly to talk about the strategy.
Thank you, Lori. Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester, and staff of ODF, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. Really, really happy to come back and share the future, the forward-looking visions for the State Forest Trust. We can go, we're at the next slide. Since the trust was founded 25 years ago, it was really structured to run big capital campaigns. And as Lori said, and as you know, it was very successful in doing that, building the Tillamook Forest Center, building the education pavilion out there. But today, REI's needs are a little bit different. They need more consistent funding for things that maybe are a little less high profile. For example, the Tillamook Forest Center is 18 years old. It needs some upgrades, right? The increased visitors are requiring new and enhanced facilities at trailheads. And then there's the backlog of maintenance that Laura and Lori gets confusing. Laura mentioned. So that means that we need to change how we operate, and to be effective, we also need to really increase understanding and appreciation for recreation and learning on state forests. After all, this is the product we're marketing and asking people to put their dollars and hours behind. So this means we need to shift how the trust operates. We need to scale up. We need to upskill in order for us to support REI in the long term. Next slide, please. So our vision is to increase our impact and sustainability by expanding the role of the trust. First, we need to broaden our network beyond the current base of donors and focus on connecting with new groups and individuals who in the future we can convert into donors. And in short, we need to friend raise in order to fundraise. And given our current size, we're only going to be able to increase our impact if we partner with other organizations to reach new audiences, to fundraise in support of REI's projects. And we also need to become, while we've always supported and talked about the need and importance of REI programming, recreation, we need to really increase the volume of our vocal support and be much more visible in championing REI program. We need people to really understand the value of the program and the need for public support. And finally, in order to do all those things, we need to build our own capacity, as I mentioned. We need to be able to scale what we are able to do and do that on a sustainable basis. So what I'd like to do is just take a few more minutes to click down into each of those areas and give you a little more sense of what that looks like. The next slide. When it comes to friend raising, our plan is to connect with the state forest's broader committed community. This includes ODF employees, retirees, recreation groups, businesses, volunteers, and more. And our planned activities including telling stories about these champions who are out there helping welcome people to the state forest, but also encouraging people to volunteer. We want to be a clearinghouse and information on how to volunteer at the state forest amongst a number of nonprofit organizations, as well as the REI program. And it's really important that we, as an independent voice, help share and express appreciation to those volunteers for all that they're doing. It's incredibly valuable. And we know those volunteers are going to follow up with support for our program as well. So in the process of engaging with them, we want to position the trust as a way to support the projects that they care about through donations and legacy gifts. And then outside of that, we want to go to other events and opportunities to reach audiences that aren't currently yet really engaged with the state forests. On the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about our partnership with other programs. Next slide. Thanks. Because of our current size, we don't want to wait until we're bigger to help make things have a greater impact. So we want to leverage the reach, capacity, and experience of others organizations to deliver on projects that are needed by REI. So this means maybe partnering with a nonprofit group or a volunteer group to build or steward a trail or facilities. We want to collaborate on grant applications, fundraising events, and different kinds of appeals. We want to work with diverse communities or organizations serving diverse communities, be they diverse in identity, geography, or income, so that they can get out and enjoy the state forest and learn the many benefits of their state forests. On the next slide, we want to talk about building support for the services and opportunities provided by REI. And the trustees and the board are prepared to be vocal, visible champions. Lori talked a bit about this community that's really committed to the state forest. They are expecting and they want to see somebody representing and helping amplify their passion for the state forest. So for us to be vocal, we're helping support the things they care about. And then we feel if we build relationships with them, we can mobilize their support. So we feel this is a really important body of work. We want to use the visitor use monitoring data that Lori referenced and Laura referenced, and Lori's actually project managing. You talk about a hands-on board. We want to use that data along with the SCORP and the Oregon Kitchen tables to build a powerful case, and then take that case to community, civic, and business leaders to help them understand how recreation and learning on state forests is contributing to their communities' livability, well-being, as well as their identity. I mean, it's a really big part of what makes these communities what they are. And so, as I said, we'd want to mobilize our base, but also make our own testimonials around legislation that impacts REI. So, for example, in January, we were down at the Capitol lending our support and voice for recreation immunity. And then finally, on the next slide, we'll be working on building our own capacity. We want to start this year by learning. This is a new area for us. We want to notch up some wins and then also begin to shape a business model so that as we grow or try to grow from a half-time employee to 2 FTE, we have a sustainable model for that. And then go after some grant applications for capacity in FY 26-7, and then be operationalizing that model in FY 28. So in my final slide, this is all new, as I said, and we're approaching this with the support and close collaboration of ODF and the REI team in developing this vision. And it's in that same spirit, we respectfully request the board consider lending your support to our efforts in transformation as well. We'd love for you to come and join us at some of our upcoming events at the TFC. One's this Saturday, the other's an exhibit starting May 18th, running through September, but there's an event on the 15th. And those are really good examples of how we're supporting REI and its commitment to equity, inclusion, and belonging. So please come out for those, but also consider connecting us with those who share our passion, who maybe could help us learn or get involved or introduce us to others that might support our work. And then finally, we know you are a champion for the REI program, but help us spread the word and awareness about what they do, support budget requests, and last but not least, let people know about the trust as a partner that can create leverage for the REI program. So I just want to say thank you again for your time today. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the ODF staff for all of their collaboration and support in helping us find a new way of working and to be more impactful in creating support for the REI program, the support that it needs and the support that it merits. So with that, I will turn it back over to Mike.
Thank you. So I think the story you've just heard here brings a couple of things to mind for me. And one is that shiny is easy. When you're building the TFC, it's easy to get some folks that are interested with deep pockets and do that. Sustaining is hard. Okay. It's kind of like, oh, that thing's there now, and people don't think too much about it. And they don't think about all of the other things. We all walk on trails in the woods and we don't necessarily think about what it takes to maintain them. And one of the things, so the trust is a valuable partner in helping us do those things and paying for projects or pieces of infrastructure or what have you with our recreation program. But I think it's really important for us to understand that we have to show that as an agency too, that we are committed to having a recreation program. So I don't want anybody to think that the trust is sort of like a crutch that we can just say, oh, cool, we can figure out a way that one day they'll be paying for everything. I think it makes it really hard. to do the friend raising and fundraising that you need to do if the commitment of the agency's not there. So, and I say that because, quite frankly, when times get hard, we do see our budget slip, and recreation, education, interpretation has taken a hit in the past. And, it behooves us to really keep that strong, especially because it is that key piece of how we engage with a lot of Oregonians. And I think one of the things that we need to realize in the message is recreation on state forests is recreation on a working forest. It's not a park. And so a key part of what we message in our education and interpretation program is the fact that this is a working forest that you're recreating on. And that really takes in all the components of all the things that we've been talking about with the vision. So even though we're talking about it specific to state forest management, all the components are there that people are interested in. So it really does have greater benefit than just state forests. So anyway, I hope you'll consider and think about how the trust can be a key partner in the vision moving forward and in our engagement with Oregonians. And lastly, before I open up to questions, I just really like to express my appreciation to these three women, all of whom are really incredible leaders. Laura building our recreation, education, and interpretation program. Lori for what I already sort of documented as her leadership and continued leadership, and for Kelly for continuing that and being a really great partner to work with as the board matures and the trust matures. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Board questions, comments? I talked a little bit with Kelly about this, and you're making the request of us as a board to support request to the legislature for a POP for recreation. And as I mentioned to you before, historically that POP is made and then never funded by the legislature. I do believe we are at a place where the dynamics are different. And I think one of the reasons that hasn't happened is that the trust line counties weren't excited about any funding going to the department that would reduce the harvest of trees, and funds going to the counties reasonably. They're not in that position anymore with the HCP, assuming the HCP, we get it all done. That is really going to be the driver of what the harvest levels are. So I think we as a department, and you guys are all much more likely to be partners in terms of that request. And I think, I think you can rest assured that the board will be solidly behind it. But what we will need is the counties and you guys getting some of your 2,000 people out there writing letters and people showing up to testify if we get that far. But it's a real opportunity, I hope, for things to work a little bit differently. And that's true for this board and this department with the trust line counties on a lot of different issues. I think we have been at each other's throats for the most part for years, and now we have a whole lot more to gain working together, particularly with the legislature, to try to keep those counties whole. And this is a part of that whole picture. Any other?
Thanks for the presentation. I really appreciate it. I learned a lot, and really thank you for. It's always hard, connecting people to forests, right? I mean, and you talked about, the people that volunteer, the people that have worked, the people that have had a history on that forest, and that's really very, very important. So really thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it.
I'll just echo what both Joe and Jim said. This is great, and it's really exciting to see where you are at with this work. And having been a champion and a follower of state forests for many years, it's really neat to see all this work really coming together in a greater way right now. And I really appreciate your slide at the end, a request of the board, and those are all actionable and constructive and useful. And so that's really great. And I think, I want to help be your champions for this great work. Thank you.
I'll also say I won't be able to be at any of your upcoming events. I just find, personally at this point, I get so many things that I get on my schedule that unless I'm hearing about something at least 2, if not 3 or 4 months in advance, there's little chance. I hope you work on your schedule and notify these board members as early as you possibly can so we can make that notation on our schedules that this is something we'd like to be involved in and attend if at all possible. Cal?
Yeah, I'd like to first call out Rick Zen. He serves on your board, right? So thank you, Rick. I know you do a lot for us in the state and forestry. Also, I find this exciting area because you guys, your proximity to the populations. And, and after serving 9 years on the board for the Parks Commission, I know you guys are in demand. You've probably seen your curves, and then the shoulder seasons widening just like everything. And so it's probably time to start, how can we prepare for the future? How can we be your champion? And so I would like to start talking about that more. And we got so many funding needs in this organization, but, recreation is like an area that I think you haven't got enough love from us yet, so I admit it.
Okay, not hearing any other questions or comments. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here, the work you're doing, and thank you, Mike, for managing this. Appreciate it. With that, we are, we're like over 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Last thing is our wrap-up time. This is our moment of Zen, right?
I don't have a lot to add, Jim. I think we really covered a lot of ground today, this morning. Thanks, Joy. And Robin is left, but I think the subcommittee has got a little bit of work to do, and I appreciate kind of that work, trying to refine some of that document. So good work, people. Thanks.
Echoing what Joe said, it was great. And Jim, we should have more of these. This was a really constructive board meeting. I felt like we got a lot done. We had a lot of different perspectives and ideas that were all put out there and worked through that in a constructive way. And I really appreciated this style of work. And as I look forward to the things on our agenda over the course of the coming year or two, as much as we can adopt this format for some of that hard work that's ahead of us, I think this was really constructive. So.
Yeah, I was struck by how much common ground we all have. And we get so focused on our differences, and but we share so much, I think, on this board. I had one thing. I made a comment earlier today that might be a little bit misinterpreted. I was talking about the board having a voice and needing to speak for all of Oregon's forestry and speak for Oregonians. And I don't mean that to be an exclusive voice. There are a bunch of other really important voices. There's the voices of industry, of small towns, of the people involved in the healthcare industry with smoke. I mean, there's just a lot of voices that should be there on the many different facets related to forestry and talking to their legislators, so I just see us as an important voice, but one of many.
So I want to particularly thank the staff. When we travel around the state and we're in the rural parts of the state, I always think we have our best meetings, but today I'd put today's meeting right there with it. And I think what makes that so rich is the strength of this organization, in my opinion, is really in the field to a great degree. And we're so well respected for the work we do on fire and the work we do in the field. And to have your voices around the table is everything. So I would put this right up with those meetings we've had in Wallowa and Sisters. And so thank you for being here. Thank you for speaking up, and to our guests, because it does make a difference, and those perspectives are essential.
Well, Carla, on that note, does any of the staff and executive team have wrap-up comments here?
To that same notion, I have a very limited, view shed as I'm new here, but, I agree with the comments about a good meeting, good interaction, appreciate the opportunity. Thanks for letting us, hang out with you folks.
There's a lot of thanks going on. I actually, and you've heard me say it before, and I'm going to continue to do it at probably every meeting that you give me the microphone at some point near the end, is to say thanks to the board members. And you've heard me say it before. In 25 years for the agency, I've never seen the Board of Forestry operate like they do over the last few years. And I put that squarely on you folks. Your dedication, the fact that you all are volunteering for this and the amount of time that you have put into all of the efforts and the initiatives is, as an agency member, it's inspiring to go carry out the good work that you folks are helping to highlight for us. So just want to say thanks from a lifelong ODFer to the board for your work.
Would you talk to my wife about that? She thinks I should have my head examined.
Jim, happy wife, happy life.
Anything else? Okay. Great day, everybody. We are adjourned.